Hello? Hello? Can everyone hear me? What? That was pretty fast. Hello, welcome to the stream, Gilial. Welcome, Aries. It is that game that you bought me. I really wanted to play it. I finished another visual novel I was doing, so this was high on my list. How's the sound balance? Is the music too loud? Is it not loud enough? Do I need to turn it up, turn it down? This game does not have... This novel does not have voice acting, so... I don't have to worry about overpowering the other voices. Be a little quieter. I'll quiet you. How about there? How about there? Is that better? Maybe a little quieter? Or louder? Let me know. This is a call and response. That's good? Alright. I'm not saying it. Okay. Let me game capture. A little bit more. How loud is it right now? Hold on, let me see. Oh, that's kinda weird. Oh! Display capture and game capture are like... It's a different resolution all together. That's weird. Change the language to Deutsch? Okay! You got it, boss! I'll change it to whatever this is. It looks like Russian? I actually don't know the difference between these. I think they're different forms of Japanese. Anyway, we're in English. Okay. Fourth the Chinese for the Japanese? Oh, this is Chinese? I've never really looked at Chinese, so I didn't know. Anyway, full screen. Let me just check one thing. Is there any visual novel that has Espanol? It's a good question. I don't know if they do. The word Chinese is actually mistranslated. It says Chinese person instead of Chinese language. Oh no! That's actually kind of funny. Hi, Tiny Satan. Welcome to the stream. That's so funny to hear, though. That's so funny to hear. You would be the expert because you live in Australia, Giliao. Anyway. Alright. Enough fooling around. I'm gonna assume this is good. I don't want to make the background music too quiet because it's part of the experience, right? And ultimately, these visual novel streams are about the experience. That being said, what? There we go. That being said, hola everybody. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf, Librarian. I can't settle on a title. Calico Librarian VTuber. And welcome to tonight's presentation of Blackberry Honey, a lesbian love story set in 19th century Victorian England. It's the story of a maid who finds herself ousted from her job and she's forced to work in a less than reputable household, surrounded by people that don't like her. A young mistress, not in the romantic way, but like the servant way, who constantly bullies her, and an older maid in her area who may or may not be a witch, apparently. I'm gonna read the synopsis on Steam. I don't like that I got clipped. I do wonder what the locked is. I think the locked is probably the CGs. Once we go in and actually like unlock some scenes, we probably will see that. However, that all being said, get straight to it. You know, we have done recently. We finished VA11 Hallway, and then we finished 2064 Read-Only Memories. I'm down for a little bit of a break from the cyberpunk theme. Let's dive into some good old Yuri fiction. We love a little LGBT romance. I did do Highway Blossoms a while back, but that was about half a year ago. I'm ready to get back into this. So, enjoy the show, Rika amigos. Start! The night sky was dark. A few stars twinkled up above, just tiny pinpricks, like spilt granules of sugar. The stars looked so small and far away, it tugged at something within the young woman's heart. Was this the same sky her family could see? Were these stars the same stars? Was this moon the same moon? She didn't know. She hadn't seen her family in so long. But she couldn't think about that now. If she did, she was sure she would cry. And she didn't want to do that. She refused. She'd always been stubborn. That was how she'd ended up in this mess. Freaky mood. The girl had been riding in the back of a horse-drawn cab for upwards of 14 hours, from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Her legs, which had been cramped up in a space far too small for them for far too long, hurt. Even as she stood there, doing nothing more strenuous than simply existing, her body trembled. Hold on, is the wind a sound effect? It is. Okay, let's turn that down as well. Because that is kind of annoying. Even as she stood there, doing nothing more strenuous than simply existing, her body trembled. It felt like a mischievous imp was inserting needles into the backs of her legs. She could hear, in the distance, the sound of horses' hooves striking against the ground. The carriage was lurching away beneath the cover of the night. Hold on. I don't want to cover up the text box. Is that better? Fine enough, right? Alright. There was nowhere else for her to go. Nowhere for her to run. All she could do was stare at the wrought iron gates before her and the large, imposing house beyond. Bly. It was worlds apart from the girl's home in Liverpool, which she had shared for many years with her mother and 2 sisters. 3 sisters now, given the recent birth of the youngest, Alice. Little Alice. But she would never be able to see Alice grow up. She swallowed, her throat convulsed. So, this was to be her new place of residence, but not her home. She could never call it her home. There was something horribly austere about the place, not helped by the sinister shadows that enveloped everything. The trees in the vast, expansive garden were tall and skinny. They stood sentinel, their bows waving in the breeze. Almost like ghosts. Skeletal soldiers. Bly, with its crumbling walls and darkened windows, seemed like the kind of place that would have a ghost story or two. It had existed long enough. Built in the early part of the 17th century, the girl had heard. How many ghosts lurked within those walls? Soon, she would find out. Her carpet bag was balanced in the crook of her arm. It was small and had a dent in the side that was impossible to remove. She knew, because she had tried. All her worldly belongings were stowed inside that single bag. A few sets of clothes, a hairbrush, an old battered volume of Robinson Crusoe, That was all. There were no toiletries, no jewelry, not even a second pair of shoes. She couldn't afford such luxuries. She was only a maid. A maid at Bly, working in the service of the Leonard family. She'd never met the Leonard family before, but the Pickering's housekeeper, Miss Marianne, had told her they were not so very bad. There was the mistress, Lady Louisa Leonard, the husband, Lord Albert Leonard, who was often away on business trips. And then there was their sole daughter and heir to the family fortune, Lady Constance Leonard. She could handle that much, couldn't she? She hoped so. She had to. She didn't have a choice. She drew in a deep breath. The cold air tugged at her hair and her skirts. Her fingers trembled. They were starting to turn blue. The wind seemed to suck the air out of her lungs. It felt like a cold hand was pressing against her larynx. She choked on her own breath. Her eyes stung. But she wouldn't cry. She'd already told herself she wouldn't. Instead, trying to gather what little scraps of self-confidence she still possessed. You can do this. There's no turning back now. Laurie Noah, only 19 years of age, clutched her bag to her chest and straightened her back. She wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Just how bad could Bly possibly be? She's stacked. Ebihime. Ebihime presents Blackberry Honey. Intro time! We got music. That's a cute theme song. I like it. Yeah, we got we got some characters with big boobs, some characters with good hair, and a pretty nice theme song. The 16th of March, Wednesday. When Laurie Noah opened her eyes, she was met with the same dismal sight that had greeted her every morning for the last 4 months. A gray ceiling peppered here and there with ominous cracks, heralding the inevitable day when it would one day collapse under its own weight. For the time being, however, this was where Lorena was to sleep. Her very own bedroom in Bly. Not that it was her bedroom, of course. It was a small, tightly packed attic she shared with 5 of her fellow maids: Isabel, Pauline, Ada, Effie, and the Swiss-born Lisa Lot? Liza Lot? Liza Lot. She don't tell the truth worth stuff. I think it's Lisa Lot. The other maids were arising, stretching and yawning, complaining. Isabel and Pauline were the worst for it. They always complained. Lorena supposed it was very English in a way, but she rather wished they wouldn't. My head feels so thick. It must mean there's rain coming. It always bloody rains around here. Wouldn't be England without it. I can't do an English accent. I'm so sorry. I like the rain. Good on you, Effie. Good morning, Lorena. Lorena stretched and sat up in bed. The thin sheets pooled about her body. The sheets were stained and rarely offered any warmth, not even in the spring. Still, Lorena supposed it was better than nothing. Look on the bright side. That was what her mother would say. There's always a silver lining. Said silver lining being Lorena's fellow maid, Ada. One of my close friends is named Ada too, actually. Ada was rather young, only a year or so older than Lorena, and the two maids had formed something of an alliance. They were both the oldest sisters in large families, and they both worked in order to support their siblings. The only difference was, Ada had 3 younger brothers. Lorena had 3 sisters. Good morning, Ada. Good? What's so good about it exactly? It's just a figure of speech. I don't care what it is. It's blinking ridiculous. Blinking? Here. Does anybody want to wake up at 5 o'clock? Maybe masochists. I must be bloody masochistic working here. My fingers are shot to pieces. They're shaking. I'll never be able to light the fires like this. Oh, don't talk about fires. I'm frigid. Last night was cold. You think that was cold? That was nothing compared to the winters in Andermatt. What does a Swedish accent even sound like? And in case you hadn't realized, Liselott, you're not in Switzerland anymore. Ah, yes. Oh, how I miss it. The sun rising over the Alps is truly a sight to behold. I wish you could all see it. That does sound rather lovely. They say the air in the Alps is very good for the circulation. I am sure it would do you wonders. Do you really think so? Oh yes, I know so. Unfortunately, there are no Alps to behold here. Get your head out of the clouds, Lottie, or I'll shove it up a chimney. You English women are so very witty. Witty was the last word Lorena would have used in conjunction with Isabel, but she decided to keep that to herself. With a small yawn, the young maid stretched her arms above her head. She was unsure what time it was exactly, but it must have been around 5 o'clock in the morning. First impressions. I actually kind of do really like Pauline. She's kind of evil looking. She looks like she's a bitch, and I like it. I dig it. I hope there's some intense sexual tension between these two. Mornings came for the servants of Bly several hours earlier than they did for Lady Leonard and her privileged offspring, Lady Constance. The servants had to wake up at unforgiving hours before even the sun had started to rise. It was their lot in life to scuttle about soundlessly, creeping through the shadowy hallways, opening the shutters, polishing the fireplaces, dusting the mantelpieces, and so on and so forth. It never ended. From 5 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night, the maids of Bly were fully occupied with their work. There wasn't a single moment where they could sit down and rest. Maybe that was why Isabel and Pauline, who had been maids for longer than the others, were so snappish and irritable. It didn't help that the head butler, Grant Lester, was such a stickler for the rules. He was incredibly strict, perhaps more so than Lady Leonard herself. "Hey, Lorena." Pauline, who was already dressed, gave Lorena a disparaging look. "Were you planning on getting dressed at some point, or are you just going to sit there?" Lorena scrambled to her feet, throwing the covers to one side. She had been so immersed in her idle fancies, she had quite forgotten. Pauline sniggered, so did Isabel. I'm sorry. I'm getting ready right away." "Don't apologize to us. Apologize to Mr. Lester when you're late coming downstairs." "Again." I'm getting dressed right now. I am." "Do you want us to applaud?" "We shan't wait for you, you know." "Let's go. We'll all be old women by the time she's finished." But... "That includes you too, Ada." Well, all right. Sorry, Lorena." "Don't apologize to her, stupid. If she gets scolded, she'll deserve it." "On her own head be it." I understand. Sorry." "And you, Lottie, are you coming, or are you still thinking about Switzerland?" I am always thinking of Switzerland, but I do not want to be scolded by Mr. Lester. He is so very strict." Lisa Lott gave Lorena an apologetic smile. "I will see you later, Lorena. If you ever have cause to feel down, just think of the Alps." I will." Not that Lorena knew what the Alps looked like. She didn't know very much, really. She'd never had cause to travel beyond the borders of her home country. Being a maid, she'd probably never get the chance. Also, yeah, there's an adult patch. Every visual novel on Steam that has adult content doesn't have it out of the box. You have to download a DLC patch to unlock it, so we're stream safe. However, once it's done on stream, anything's fair game. Technically, Highway Blossoms also had an adult content patch, and we streamed that just fine. This adult patch adds 12,000 words? Fellas, 4 uncensored sex scenes and 12,000 words? Fellas, we're getting into some smut here. Alright, I think I need to read this with my girlfriend later. Okay. Her future was already set in stone. Later that morning. "Is this the one you wanted?" Lady Constance made a show of pondering, index finger tapping against her lower lip before she shook her head. "No, that is obviously not good enough. The leaves have been eaten by caterpillars. Look." "I can't see anything wrong with it myself." "Then you are blind. Or perhaps you're just being a little madam." Lorena muttered mutinously under her breath. She knew she wasn't supposed to speak ill of her social betters, though, had Lady Constance been one of Lorena's younger sisters, Lorena would have lost her temper already. "Well, if you don't like it, I can always look for another." "See to it that you do. I could not stand having a display of withered roses in my bedroom." "I bet you couldn't." What was that?" "Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself." "Well, don't. Mother says that's a sign of madness." Perhaps she was mad, Lorena mused. She must have been to take Lady Constance's abuse. If she didn't 1 ounce of sense, he would have slapped Lady Constance right across her smug little face. 12-year-olds, 12 years old, or no. In fact, it was precisely because Lady Constance was 12 years old that she needed disciplining. If nobody gave her a stern talking to, Lorena feared Lady Constance would become quite an unpleasant person when she got older. Even more unpleasant than she was already. If Lady Constance had been a sweet, innocent child who enjoyed tucking herself into small corners and reading books, she would have been a pleasure to serve. Lorena would have gone out of her way to make life as comfortable as possible for this imaginary Constance. The real Constance, however, was not so lovely. Real little girls never were. Though, they were depicted as sweet, delicate angels in plays and poems. The reality was rather different. Now, maid, try to find me some roses that look nice. It shouldn't be too hard. Joe has strict orders to only let the most beautiful roses bloom in this garden. Yes, miss. But that was easier said than done. If the roses within Lorena's immediate vicinity were not acceptable, for whatever make-believe reason Lady Constance had dreamt up, she would need to search harder. What about the roses that were further back in the thicket? Lorena began to search, brushing some of the roses to one side. The flowers were undeniably beautiful, their pink petals as soft as velvet, but the thorns were numerous. They were sharp and pointed, just waiting to spill blood. Hold on. Gotta get this game ASAP? Listen, they gave the protagonist very large assets. I just imagine the uncensored scenes are like pretty hardcore. If this is the design they give the protagonist right off the bat. Rehydrated. Lorena shied away like a reluctant pony, her fingertips trembling. The thorns promised pain, and she had no desire to cause herself unnecessary grief. Lady Constance, meanwhile, was unsympathetic. The little girl tutted inside and tapped her right foot against the ground, her brown eyes rolling about inside her head the whole while. This should be easy, maid. I don't understand why you're taking so long. It would be easy, Lorena wished she could retort, if somebody was not hell-bent on making this so complicated. But of course, she didn't say that. Not even under her breath. It wouldn't have been worth it. Is this rose to your liking, miss? No, no, no. That isn't good enough at all. Then this one? No. I only want the best roses in my room. Anything less would be an insult. Unless... Are you trying to insult me? Of course not, miss. Then take this more seriously. You are a maid, aren't you? Yes, miss. Then you should do everything within your powers to keep me happy. Yes, miss. Start doing your job properly. I ordered you to pick me the best roses, and that's what I expect. The best roses are the ones right at the back, so you need to look a little deeper. But, miss... What? Didn't you hear what I just said? I gave you an order. I realize that, but... Are those ears of yours just for show? You were listening to me, weren't you? Yes, I understand. You understand what? I understand, miss. If you understand, start looking. I won't leave until you've picked at least one acceptable rose. Yes, miss. Oops. Left with no other alternative, the young maid continued her search amongst the flower beds. Her arms trembled, so too did her eyelashes. Her whole body was tense and taut. One wrong move and she would lacerate her skin. In not just 1, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 places. Then she would start swearing under her breath and blinking tears out of her eyes. Lorena didn't want to show such a weak side of her character to Lady Constance. She could hardly bear the thought. But that was probably why Lady Constance liked picking on her. Lorena had too much pride, but she got flustered easily and couldn't always stand up for herself. She wasn't like the parlor maid. She would never be like the parlor maid. Not that she wanted to be. The parlor maid was a cold woman, aloof and distant, who only ever spoke to Lorena to pass malicious comments. Her barbed statements slid beneath the skin more effectively than 1,000 thorns from 1,000 roses. The parlor maid's words hurt, and Lorena didn't even know why. It wasn't as though Lorena wanted her approval. She didn't like her. She didn't like her at all. Why was it, then, that Lorena's throat felt dry whenever she saw her, and her stomach fluttered, and she couldn't look her in the eye, and she... Ah! Lorena gasped in shock and stumbled away from the rose bush, clasping her hand to her chest. 3 wounds crisscrossed against the back of her right hand. 2 of them were shallow, superficial, oozing droplets of crimson blood no bigger than pinheads. But the other was far bigger. This cut had cleaved a chunk of flesh out of her hand, stripping back the skin like a roll of wallpaper. Ew. Lorena stared at her hand, and then at the ground. There were splotches of blood. Her blood. Just inches away from her right foot. She shook her head. She felt sick. Blood didn't often make Lorena feel faint, but there was quite a lot of it, and she didn't want to smear her apron. And, to make matters worse... There was a thorn embedded in the back of her hand. It emerged from the open wound like a piece of thread through the eye of a needle. Don't bleed all over the flower beds, idiot! What do you think you're doing? I just, No, don't tell me. I know the answer. You weren't thinking at all. You maids really are useless. What a creature. My, how did you do that to yourself? It was an accident. Well, I should hope you didn't do it on purpose. That would be quite the foolish thing to do. Lorena glowered, her cheeks flustered. The parlor maid was always cool, calm, and irritatingly aloof. She was as haughty as a cat, and constantly seemed to look down on others, but she always accompanied her blatant disregard with a small smile. Lorena never felt quite herself when she was in the company of this unsettling woman. Her gaze made Lorena tremble. It was almost as if everything within Lorena had been misaligned by an inch or so her skeleton no longer fit neatly inside her body. Truthfully, Lorena had been hoping to avoid the parlor maid during this sad state of affairs. In a more perfect world, she would have retreated to the kitchen, cleaned the blood off her hands beneath the sink, and pulled out the offending thorn with minimal fuss. No fanfare at all. That was what she wanted. But life was never that simple. The parlor maid had been in the kitchen already, and Lorena had only realized once she had crossed the threshold and their eyes had met, and it had been too late to turn about and leave. Why the parlor maid was in the kitchen and not in the parlor, as her title suggested, was a mystery. It appeared, though Lorena had no intentions of asking her, that she was in the middle of preparing various tea things, arranging several willow-patterned teacups and a matching teapot on a tea tray. Was Lady Leonard having guests, then? It seemed as good a guess as any. Hey. What do you want? I was wondering if I could take a look at your hand. And why do you want to do that? Oh dear, so suspicious. I just wanted to know if I could be of any assistance. You look like you're in pain. I don't know why you care. I'm just trying to show an interest. There's nothing terrible about that, is there? Do you think I'm terrible? Lorena swallowed. She hadn't expected the sudden inquiry. Why was the parlor maid trying to put words into her mouth? I never said that. And then stop being foolish and let me help you. You cannot expect to perform satisfactory first aid on yourself. Not with one hand. It can't be done. But you have work to do. I always have work to do. It can wait. But Lady Leonard won't mind if her tea is a minute or two late, I'm sure. Hold on. Hello? Am I back? Am I back? Chat, are we back? I don't know why my internet just died suddenly like that. I hope my internet will hold up tonight. Alright, gang. If you're here, please type 1 in chat. If you can hear me, type 1 in chat. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. Time is ticking, but nothing is actually progressing. I have the screen frozen. I don't know why my internet just died randomly, but I think we're back. I'm just gonna pretend nothing happened. I'm gonna... how do I say? I'm just gonna put refresh if the stream is still... oh, actually no, just refresh streams. We're going back in. Alright. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Let's go back in. You lived, maid. Do you think I'm terrible? Lorena swallowed. She hadn't expected the sudden inquiry. Why was the parlor maid trying to put words into her mouth? I never said that. Then stop being foolish and let me help you. You cannot expect to perform satisfactory first aid on yourself. Not with one hand. It can't be done. But you have work to do. I always have work to do. It can wait. But Lady Leonard won't mind if her tea is a minute or two late, I'm sure. She'd mind if I was the one who had to deliver it. But you are not, and I am. And it is different. That's right. It is different, isn't it? Now, don't look so down. I'm just stating the fact. There's no need to sulk. I'm not sulking. Not anymore. You're angry with me, aren't you? Lorena opened her mouth, closed it again. Her face turned even redder. The parlor maid laughed. Redeemed first while looking at ads? That's diabolical. Yeah, this is the unfortunate thing. My internet is generally pretty stable, but like some nights it'll just drop like this. And so like it messes up a lot of things, especially because I use pre-roll ads. Because I don't like having a bunch of ads. I like people, being able to just tune into the stream and watch continuously. You know, like put it on the other monitor and just watch and listen without like ads interrupting every so often. Unfortunately, when my internet dies like this, that means a pre-roll ad is gonna come up. Sandia is such a good emote, SRD. You gotta... Shoutouts to Chopin. Oh wait, no, I gotta slash shoutout Chopin. She's the one who drew that. She drew it for like a music video she did, and I swiped the raw image itself, and I'm like, this is an emote now. She was currently playing Cyberpunk. Go give her a follow if you're not already. She's a consistent teammate on Apex Legends for Monday Apex nights, so give her a follow, everyone. The parlor maid laughed. You're so easy to read, Lori. Lori? That's right, Lori. Nobody calls me that. Ah, my microphone. I just did. I wish you wouldn't. We can't all have what we want. I'm aware of that, thank you very much. Oh, it's including the comma? Is it actually? It works in OBS Studio, but it might not work in the browser, actually. Well, there's a Twitch command chat out there that you can just click. Do that. Lorena frowned. So, the parlor maid knew her name, though she insisted on using a silly nickname for whatever reason. But Lorena didn't know hers. Maybe she should have done, considering... Wait. Maybe she should have done? Maybe she should have done, considering she had been at Blythe for 4 months. But the parlor maid's name was strange and foreign. It was difficult to get her tongue around. Oh, why would she need to know her name anyway? They weren't friends. Lorena wanted nothing to do with the insufferable woman. But, all the same... What are you doing? Taking care of you, like I said I would. But why? Because I don't believe you can take care of yourself. That's quite an assumption to make, and not a very polite one either. Why should I worry about being polite? I'm polite enough to Lady Leonard, though I don't think she deserves it. One gets awfully tired of minding their manners all the time. You agree with me, don't you? That's beside the point. So you do agree. How lovely. Now, hold still. The parlor maid's hands were smooth and soft, and her fingers were slender. They were the hands of an artisan. Now, those hands were holding Lorena's. Lorena felt herself shivering, and not just because of the pain. Her right hand was still bleeding, though gently. The bloodshed was so slow and lackadaisical, it was almost relaxing. Now, what is this? The parlor maid's lips were inches away from the shell of Lorena's ear. Her breath tickled. Is this a thorn? Lorena nodded dumbly. Dumb idiot maid. How did you do this to yourself? Did you fall into a rose bush? It wasn't intentional. Then you were pushed. You could say that, I suppose. Was this one of Lady Constance's whims? Yes, she wanted me to pick some roses for her, but I got hurt in the process. Evidently. The parlor maid clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Oh, you can't even hear that on my microphone. Lady Constance doesn't care for flowers, you know. She's an exceedingly careless girl. I'm aware of that. Then why did you go along with her selfish request? She was only trying to make you miserable, and it seems she was successful. Oh, look what has happened to you. What you let happen. I beg your pardon? You heard what I said. I did, but you couldn't have meant it. Why not? I didn't let this happen. I didn't want to cut myself. You just, what? Lorena opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. When she needed them the most, they abandoned her. Ah, I see. No response is forthcoming. How disappointing. Anyway, let me attend to this. I never asked you to... But I will. Because if I don't, it will get infected, and you will get sick. Fine, go ahead. This will probably hurt. I hope you're prepared. Do your worst. Oh, was that a challenge? Take it however you want. I believe that is your role, my little Lori. What do you... Lorena jumped. A sharp burst of pain flared up in her afflicted finger, as though a match had been struck against it. There is so much sexual tension in this scene. Then, all of a sudden, there we go. That should take care of it. The parlor maid pulled the thorn free. Blood began to trickle from the cut. It looked brighter than ever. So red, it was almost dizzying. Almost. Now, let's get you cleaned up. Lorena followed, obedient as a child, as the parlor maid led her to the ceramic sink. There, she turned on the tap and a steady stream of water began to flow. This might sting a bit, but you can handle it, can't you? I thought so. You're a big girl. The parlor maid's small smile did not abate, even as Lorena's fingers spasmed beneath the water. Lorena glared at her beneath her eyelashes. Her shoulders trembled. You... Yes? What is it, dear? Lorena gritted her teeth together. The words bubbling up within her breast were treacherous. She would never have been able to say such things to Lady Constance or Lady Leonard for fear of losing her job. But she could say them to the parlor maid. The parlor maid was the only one Lorena could take her anger out on. I don't like you at all. Oh dear, how sad. The parlor maid sighed. How could you say that when I'm trying to help you? You don't want to help. You just want to gloat. I think you're misunderstanding something, my little Lori. What? Unlike you, I don't do things unless I want to. But you can't live life like that. You're supposed to be a maid. Answering the whims of others is your purpose in life. I will decide my own purpose in life, thank you. Now, hold still. Lorena's blood continued to splash against the white ceramic basin of the sink. The parlor maid is a good character. I love her. I want to be like her when I grow up. I'm probably older than her, though. The water soon washed it away, muting the color until no more trace remained. Well, that settles that. The parlor maid took a neat step backwards, running a hand through her dark hair. The action seemed carefully calculated somehow, and it made Lorena feel uneasy. Everything about the older woman was unsettling. And don't worry, there's no need to thank me. I wasn't going to, and I still can't stand you. I know that only too well. If you cared for me in any way, you might have tried to remember my name. Oh well. For future reference, it's Tao Hua. Tao Hua. Not that you care. Nameless Maid is going hard, yeah. The 2nd of April, Saturday. We skipped 4 days. Actually, wait, didn't we skip? We skipped an entire month. Several weeks passed, and Lorena had been trying to avoid Lady Constance as much as possible. Lady Constance had always been petty and vindictive, but she seemed even more so as of late, and Lorena didn't want to get caught up in her silly temper tantrums. And Lady Constance wasn't the only one Lorena had been skirting around. There was also the parlor maid. Tao Hua. Her name was Tao Hua. Not that Lorena wanted to remember it. She'd far rather forget her. Lorena didn't want to remember how Tao Hua's fingers had trailed gently across her palm, or the soft whisper of her voice, or the strangely intoxicating scent of orange peels and bergamot that clung to her skin and hair. And she certainly didn't want to remember her withering stare or derisive tone. I'm taking lessons from Tao Hua. Look what has happened to you. What you let happen. How stuck up. Like you're so perfect. Lorena grit her teeth together so hard the enamel threatened to crack and turned over in her bed. The springs of her mattress creaked. The icy air nipped Lorena's fingers and toes, making them twitch. As per usual, her blanket offered no warmth. Oh, Andermatt, could it really be? Lieselot was curled on her side, arms wrapped about her pillow. Her long, flaxen hair split across her bed. Some of it trailed onto the floorboards, Rapunzel-like. She was dreaming about the Alps again. She was always dreaming about the Alps. At least some things never changed. Lorena watched her, picking out Lieselot's delicate features in the dark. Her pale eyelashes, her snub nose, her pursed lips, her long, long hair. Lorena could imagine the children of Andermatt brushing Lieselot's hair for her, then threading it through with flowers, orchids, violets, and delicate purple primulas. Like something from a fairy tale. Lieselot really did look like a princess. The other maids, meanwhile, were slightly less flattering in their slumber. Pauline snored, Isabel shifted, perpetually restless. Effie had a tendency to lay so silent and still like some kind of wax effigy. Lorena always feared she had died. Ada, meanwhile. The young maid had weak lungs, and her soft, gentle snores were cracked and hissy. Her breathing was labored during the day, but it was even worse at night. She sounded less like a young girl than an old man. I don't know how to make snore noises. Lorena often felt sorry for Ada. Walking up a single flight of stairs was often enough to make her double over, gasping for air that her lungs seemed determined to reject. It could always be worse, Lorena mused. She could be Ada. At least she wasn't Ada. That's kind of messed up. Tao Hua didn't sleep in the small, draughty attic room, which was termed the virgin quarters by the unpleasantly snickering footman. Tao Hua was unique, worlds apart from the plain, boring English maids of Bly, or European, in Lisa Lott's case. Tao Hua's skin was a touch darker, her irises strikingly green, and her hair was black and silky. A rare flower surrounded by weeds. She was too special to mix with the other maids, too important to befriend them, too aloof to even try. I'm making the assumption that Tao Hua is Chinese then. Mama, Papa, Daisy too. I missed you so. Tao Hua was graceful and composed, while Lorena was awkward and flustered easily. Lorena couldn't imagine Tao Hua ever allowing Lady Constance to boss her around. But that didn't mean she could treat Lorena so poorly. Tao Hua had handled Lorena carefully, like she was some kind of precise instrument, yet she had insulted her at the same time. It was confusing. Andermatt! My Andermatt! It has been years, and yet... What kind of name was Tao Hua anyway? Lorena had never heard of it before. She couldn't understand it either. If she couldn't understand the name, how on earth could she ever hope to understand the woman attached to it? Lorena didn't want to understand her. She hated her. Didn't she? Lorena bit down on her lower lip and turned over once more. She didn't care how tangled her hair got. She turned again and again and again, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get comfortable. Just when her eyelids were starting to feel heavy and she could almost imagine herself slipping into the land of slumber. I never wish to leave! I cannot! This is where I belong! Lisa Lott chose that moment to declare, rather loudly for a sleep talker, her continued allegiance to her beloved Andermatt. Lorena's left eye twitched. Fine, fine, fine! I'm getting up. Oh, Andermatt! Shut up! Lorena sat up, her hair a disheveled mess, and glared at Lisa Lott. The rest of the romance options are going to be peak. I need to see what the other maids are like. I'm sure they'll be goofy though, if there are routes. I think one of the things I saw is that this, it's one of those kinetic novels, right? So like, I think it's pretty linear. I think there's only one route, right? No choices really. So it's really just like watching a movie narrated by a pointy-eared anime girl with a suspiciously deep voice. Lorena sat up, her hair a disheveled mess, and glared at Lisa Lott. Even in her sleep, Lisa Lott looked perfect. Her face glowed with health, and her flaxen hair was full of life. Maybe it was because of Andermatt. If Lorena had been born amongst the mountains, and had spent her youth picking flowers and milking cows, perhaps her cheeks would have permanent roses too. Then again, maybe not. Lorena sighed and massaged her temples with her fingers. She needed to talk to somebody. But who? Everyone was asleep. Then, in that case... a letter. Yes, that seemed like a sensible solution. Lorena missed her mother. She missed her a good deal. She missed her sisters too, Ethel and Mary. She even missed little Alice, who had only been 2 years old last time Lorena had set eyes on her. She would be 5 now. Time really did fly. The 3rd of April, Sunday. Oh, only 1 day passed this time. And one of you say unto them, Depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled. Warmed, was it? To Lorena's frigid, frostbitten ears, that was a pleasant idea indeed. The maid shifted on the pew, her fingers linked together on her lap. The wooden pew was icy and seemed to bleed all the heat from her thighs, though they were pressed together. It was miraculous, really, that St. Mary's Church was so bitterly cold all the year round, despite the large amount of human bodies crammed into it. But perhaps the culprit behind the pervading chill was not the weather after all. It was the venerable vicar, one Reverend Marner. When he surveyed his congregation, peering at them with the intensity of one trying to discern the oxygen within the air, all heat seemed to evaporate from the room. His eyes were such a striking pale blue, Lorena was half tempted to believe they contained within them shards of ice. Notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? What doth it profit indeed? Lorena wasn't entirely sure, but Reverend Marner made this rhetorical question seem of the utmost concern. The Reverend paused once more. He was fond of inserting large pauses into his sermons, to let his eyes sweep amongst the assembled men and women in their Sunday finest. Not that Lorena, being a maid, had any Sunday finest. Her maid's outfit, supplied by the Leonards, was the most sophisticated item of clothing she owned. Consequently, that was what she was wearing. Lorena knew some of the more esteemed men and women of the St. Mary's Parish derided her for her choice in wardrobe. But she had little else to choose from. It's literally been an hour. I gotta save. I'm getting paranoid. Even so faith, if it hath not works, is dead being alone. But by goodness, the church really was cold. Lorena wasn't the only one attempting, and failing, to cease her squirming. Ada was in a similar predicament. She was shifting here and there to encourage the circulation in her legs. The maids of Bly sat together during the service. Ada was on one side of Lorena, Pauline on the other. Isabel, Lisa Lott, and the ever-inscrutable Effie made up the rest of Bly's pretty maids. As might be expected, they were all sitting in a row. Not that Pauline was particularly pretty. She'd always reminded Lorena of a horse. That's rude. A man may say, thou hast faith and I have works. Lady Leonard and Lady Constance were also in attendance, though they weren't seated with the maids. The maids of Bly were relegated to pews near the back of the church, while the upper echelons of society were seated at the front. Should the apocalypse truly occur, Lorena had no doubts the rich and the beautiful would be ushered up to the pearly gates first. That was just how things seemed to work. Show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works. But there was one servant of the Leonard household who was conspicuously absent. Tao Hua. The Bly's other servants, all 23 of them from the cook to the valet to the coachman, attended the Sunday service religiously. Tao Hua had never once seen fit to make an entrance. Lorena doubted whether that woman had placed so much as a single toe over the threshold of St. Mary's before, but she was not particularly distraught over her absence. It made it easier to focus. Whenever Tao Hua was around, Lorena's heart started to flutter. Her cheeks flushed. She found herself feeling quite unlike her usual self. Lesbian? Are you gay? I mean, you know, it is a lesbian visual novel, but, you know, To have an interaction with a woman a month ago and still have it plaguing your brain like... I can't say anything. Because that was how I was with... It's literally how I was with my girlfriend. The first time she told me she thought about like getting in a relationship with me, it stuck in my brain for literally over a month. I get it though. I get it. Sometimes you just get that brainworm. This bitch gay. Good for her. Good for her. The letter residing in her pocket, folded neatly and placed within the confines of a brown envelope, was proof enough of that. Thou believest that there is one God. Thou doest well. The devils also believe and tremble. Lorena herself started to tremble. That woman was no Christian. One merely had to look at her to gauge that much. Her peculiar skin, her peculiar eyes, her long black hair. There was something decidedly unsettling about that woman, even more so than the tone of Reverend Marner's voice. But, for whatever reason, Lorena couldn't stop thinking about her. I am still not used to the church services of you English. Was it much different in Andermatt? Well, Liselot pondered, tapping one finger against her lower lip. It was more or less the same, I suppose, but I rather miss hearing stories about Saint Verena. Who's he? He? Oh my! I see you English are not familiar with Saint Verena after all. I'm sorry. I haven't heard of them. It doesn't ring a bell. Saint Verena is a Swiss saint. She used to be a nurse, and she devoted her life to the spiritual and physical care of young girls. Apparently, she was also very pretty. Liselot beamed and clasped her hands together. I too wish to live a pure and devout life as a good Christian, just like my favorite saint. You have a favorite saint? Surely if one wants to be a good Christian, you shouldn't pick favorites. Oh, I know. Papa said much the same, but I can't help myself. She is depicted in a stained glass window in the Church of St. Peter and Paul in my Andermatt, and she looks so very kind and benevolent. Not to mention her hair. Oh, you like the Swiss saints solely for her looks? That's awfully shallow, Lottie. It isn't shallow, at least not entirely. There's nothing wrong with liking pretty girls. Exactly. I support any saint who concerns herself with the welfare of maidens like ourselves. Sadly, I'm a woman, not a maiden. My accents are getting mixed up. Sadly, I'm a woman, not a maiden. I think I'm a touch too old for your holy Saint Verena. Saint Verena would not discriminate, I am sure. All right. You're starting to sound like a saint yourself. Saint Lottie. I think Liselot might make a nice saint. She's nice enough, but I doubt she can perform any miracles. None of us can. You know, I wouldn't mind being a saint. I've always wanted to appear on a stained glass window. You would look very nice. You think? It would suit you better than me. Now. Pride is a deadly sin, Lottie. What? Really? I think so? You won't be going to heaven with that attitude. Oh my, I did not wish to cause any offense. The maids of Bly continued in this manner as they walked through the streets of Ellesmere, their feet striking against the ground. Lorena's skirts swirled around her ankles, the letter inside her pocket rustling with each step. The letter! Lorena had been so taken in by Lisa-Lot, she'd almost forgotten. Oh, do excuse me. There's something I need to do before I return. Something you need to do? This sounds rather suspicious. I promise it won't take a minute. If you're late by so much as 30 seconds, you'll be in for the high jump. Mr. Lester runs a very tight ship, you know. You should know. You're the one who always gets in trouble. I'm aware. I'll be as quick as I can. Not that it really concerns us, but... The corners of Pauline's lips formed an unpleasant smirk. If you're late back, Lorena, we won't cover for you. I know. And so the gaggle of maids left Lorena behind. Thoughts of Trahois, or Tilly, as Lorena had oh so cleverly termed her in her letter, weighed heavily upon the young maid's mind. She had to get a second opinion. It had been impossible to think about anything but the older woman during the service. So consumed by Trahois had she been, and still was, she failed to realize where she was walking. Ow! Until it was too late. Lorena recoiled, holding a hand to her cheek. Her jaw hurt. Had she just quite literally walked into somebody? My, you should watch where you're going, dear, or you might cause somebody some serious harm. Nothing to say. Cat got your tongue? Well, Lorena flustered and glanced down at the ground. It didn't help the woman she'd walked into was rather pretty. This protagonist is just gay. She literally cannot walk straight in front of any pretty woman. What a disaster. She had brown hair that put Lorena in mind of Chestnut. Her attire, meanwhile, was much like that of a schoolteacher, with a white blouse and a long, sensible skirt. She didn't look too dissimilar from Miss Amy, Lady Constance's governess. Neither was she alone. Oh, you know what? Actually, for this game, let me do something. Alright, there we go. The cursor is no longer being captured. What the f... Why does she look like cotton candy? A blonde girl with a disagreeable scowl stood by the woman's side, her hands planted firmly against her hips. Upon closer inspection, Lorena realized that she knew these women. She'd never spoken to them before, but she had seen them passing on more than one occasion. They frequented the Sunday services at St. Mary's, too. It was a small world, after all, and Ellesmere was smaller than most. Hair drills are top tier. A smirk captured the older woman's lips. He surveyed Lorena with undisguised amusement. Now that I look at you properly, you are rather lovely. Lovely? I am? Indeed, I'm quite fond of soft, shy girls. Cat. Every woman in this town is a raging lesbian. You cannot convince me otherwise at this point. We got a whole bunch of carpet, but yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Oh, please. Your kind are so very fun to play with, you know, huh? Oh, okay, alright, we're in business. Do give it a rest. The shorter girl rolled her eyes emphatically. in a manner of one who must have practiced the gesture a good deal before a full-length mirror. You should restrict your playing solely to the violin. I know, but when faced with a sweet young thing like this, how can I resist? You'll have to do your best. You know what Reverend Marner says. Pits of hellfire and eternal damnation, yes, I know. Honestly, you need to start leaving pretty girls alone. Boo, that's so boring. The younger girl pulled a face. Do you even listen when you attend church? Or is your head off in the clouds? I prefer to hum a little Bach under my breath while the venerable Reverend goes on and on. It is true. Big sister. The younger sister shook her head. Her expression was incredulous. You are impossible. Indeed. Excuse me? I apologize if I was in the way, but I have somewhere I need to be. Alright, I'm sorry. Oh well, run along then. I trust I will be seeing you in due course. A mischievous smile. Miss Lorina. How does she know? The 4th of April, Monday. The next day. It was Monday, and Lorena found herself occupied with the arduous task of doing the laundry. The housekeeper, Miss Alicia Smith, had stripped a pile of bed sheets from the innumerable, unnecessary guest rooms in Bly. These sheets had not been slept in for years, and Lorena doubted they would be put to use in the immediate future. Why, then, did she have to wash them? To the young maid, it seemed like nothing more than pointless busywork. Miss Smithy's orders, however, were absolute. The washing was always done on Mondays. Miss Smith was a stickler for it. It was an unwritten rule at Bly. But perhaps it was not so written on it after all, because Miss Smith had read about it in Estelle Wood's popular practical housekeeping guide. In any event, Lorena had managed to progress to the 3rd stage of the long, laborious chore. She was boiling the linens in soapy water, stirring them with a wooden stick. Lorena sighed deeply. It didn't make her feel any better. This would be far easier if she had help. But Pauline, who was supposed to aid her, had swanned off a good 20 minutes or so ago. Lorena had no idea when, or indeed if, she would return. That Pauline. She was always shirking her duties, all the while complaining about how very hard she worked. Lorena would like to give her a taste of her own medicine. If only she could become an avenging Valkyrie. But alas, she was just a maid. She gritted her teeth together. The smell of the boiled linens assaulted her nostrils. It wasn't particularly pleasant. Washing clothes never was. Curse Miss Smith for her draconian rules, and curse Estelle Wood for her stupid practical housekeeping guide, and, most of all, curse Pauline for being so incredibly, infuriatingly useless. Lorena's forearms hurt, her forehead beaded with sweat, her hair stuck to her skin. Why was she always charged with the most physically draining of tasks? Maybe it was because she was still the new girl. Maybe it was because of Pauline's underhanded dealings. Maybe it was because Lady Constance didn't like her. Maybe it was a mix of all three. But there were also the rumors to take into account. They couldn't have helped. Perhaps this was supposed to be some sort of punishment. Everyone seemed to know what had transpired between Lorena and the Pickering family. Even Lady Constance. And, speaking of which, Are you enjoying yourself, maid? Shouldn't you be in the drawing room with Miss Amy? Where I go and what I do with my spare time is of no concern to you. I suppose it isn't, no. What you do with your time, however, is the concern of mine. It concerns me greatly. Are you working, or are you just standing there? I was taking a short break, miss. My arm started to hurt. Your arms hurt? Oh, how terrible! I am so sorry your arms hurt. This is your job, maid. I have no sympathy for you or your complaint. Lorena could believe that quite easily. Now, I must be on my way. But if you think about taking another ill-deserved break, you know what will happen, don't you? I have a vague idea, miss. Good. Then you're not as stupid as you look. And, with a selfish little smirk, the young mistress turned and picked her way through the rose garden. It looked like she was searching for something, but what? Lorena watched with mild interest, her lips pursed together. Well, like Lady Constance had said, it was none of her business, really. The 5th of April, Tuesday. The next day. Lori, have you heard the news? What news? Lorena, who had divested herself of her maid's garments and was in the midst of folding them, glanced over her shoulder and looked at Ada. Ada was sitting on the edge of her bed, still in her uniform. Her brown hair was tied into 2 stubby braids that rested against her shoulders. Though Ada had worked at Bly for longer than Lorena, and had subsided on paltry meals for several years, her facial features had always been rounded. She was short of stature, shorter even than Lorena, with a flat nose, rotund cheeks, and plump thighs. If there's multiple routes, I think we gotta go for Ada. Pauline and Isabel frequently teased her about it, and one of the footmen, a smug man with a rakish, wicked look, called Ada Miss Piglet whenever she was within earshot. Lorena, however, thought Ada's outward appearance suited her personality to a T. Her body was soft and warm, just like she was. This will probably sound silly, but last night, or, for a few nights, actually, I've been hearing some strange noises. Strange noises? Like what? It's hard to explain. Footsteps, I suppose? Is that so? Liselot, who had been combing her long hair, set the brush aside and chipped in excitedly. I've been hearing much the same. It has quite disturbed my beauty sleep. You know what they say. What do they say? No rest for the wicked. Having to do all these voices is killing my throat. Alright. You think the source of these noises may be wicked? Oh my. Do you think perhaps it is a ghost? I hope not. I mean, I've never seen a ghost before, but I've heard they're quite scary. How marvelous! How exactly is that marvelous? Because ghosts are so very romantic, you see. I'm afraid I don't follow. How can you not? You are English. Your country is renowned for its ghost stories, yes? I think it's a lot of nonsense myself. Perhaps, but imagine, to love life so much you cannot stand to be parted from it, even when your body goes cold. Is that not wonderful? Liselot, with her Swiss sensibilities, had quite a curious understanding of the word wonderful. I have heard many ghost stories in my time, but to experience a haunting in person, oh, that would be divine. I could ask for nothing more. And I'll keep my eyes peeled for any ghosts, but I'm a bit doubtful. You're so admirable, Lorena. What do you mean? You, well... Ada's cheeks flushed light pink. But thank you for taking me seriously. A lot of people don't, that's probably my fault. I'm always imagining things, silly things, and I lose focus. Quite. You always forget to sweep the staircases properly, Ada. I'm sorry. As you should be. Mr. Lester gave me an earful about the staircases earlier, and I wasn't the one who had been assigned to clean them. Please forgive me. I shan't. My back certainly shan't, at least. I had to pick up after your mess, again, and I'm getting too old for all this malarkey. And that isn't all. It's certainly not. The carpets are still filled with dust after you beat them. And you couldn't polish your way out of a paper bag. How did you become a maid, anyway? Giggle, giggle. I don't want to cause any offense. Ada bit her plump lower lip and hung her head. She looked so defeated, Lorena scowled. You don't need to apologize, Ada. Lorena? Lorena had never cared for Pauline and Isabel. Between the two of them, they were just as bad as Lady Constance. But they were not rich enough to afford their airs and graces. They were simpering and sycophantic around Mr. Lester and Miss Smith. But they were downright cruel to their fellow maids simply because they could be. In a way, perhaps they were even worse than Lady Constance. At least she was unfailingly rude and impolite to everyone, regardless of their social status. You two. Lorena rounded on Pauline and Isabel. Hardly have a right to lecture Ada. Oh, what's this? Did we touch a nerve? Are you going to cry about it, Lorena? Let me drink your tears. What? Effie, what is wrong with you? No, I am not going to cry, but I am going to ask you to give it a rest. What a shame. You two hardly deserve to take the moral high ground when you waste so much time gossiping. If Mr. Lester gets mad at you, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with Ada. Oh, so you're trying to scold us. Is that it, Lorena? That's right. I'm scolding you because you deserve to be scolded. I treat my younger sisters exactly the same if they've done anything wrong. Lorena, you don't need to... Oh, shush, Ada. Ada might have seen Lorena as some kind of hero, like the valiant Jeanne d'Arc, but that wasn't entirely true. Lorena wasn't that selfless, and she had more than a handful of her own grievances to air. You two have been difficult to work with ever since I can remember. Whenever you are meant to help me with anything, you wander off like you're too good to get your hands dirty. Where were you when we were supposed to be doing the laundry this morning, Pauline? Where exactly did you go? Pauline, for her part, looked unmoved by Lorena's anger. Instead, she smiled smugly. Her arms crossed about her middle. I received a summons from Miss Smith. She had another, more urgent task for me to attend to. That's what you say. Lorena's eyes flashed. But I don't believe you. Oh, Lorena. Poor, paranoid Lorena. Pauline smirked. She didn't look remotely moved by Lorena's emotional appeal. If anything, she looked even crueler than before. You just don't understand. What is it I don't understand exactly? You should be thankful that I deigned to spend time with your kind at all. After all, who would willingly consort with a slut? Aw. The 10th of April. We skipped a week. What is bro waffling about? It took a week before Lorena's mother replied to her letter. During this week, Lorena attended to her daily chores in an unspeakably foul mood. Pauline's unpleasant accusation had been enough, but Ada's concerns over the ghost of Bly continued. Hold on. I gotta fix my mic. Alright. Da 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 da. The young maid was so anxious over the supernatural specter, encouraged in part by Lieselot, that she was unable to sleep during the night and had stolen into Lorena's bed for comfort on more than one occasion. Lorena's bed was narrow enough as it is. There was hardly enough room for one person, let alone two, but Lorena didn't have the heart to make Ada move. She was too soft for her own good. To further compound the issue, Lorena still felt anxious around the parlor maid. Tao Hua. Lorena skirted about her as though she was infected by the bubonic plague. Lorena didn't know why, but being around Tao Hua was uncomfortable. She'd said as much in her last letter to her mother, scribbled hastily with shivering, sleep-deprived fingers. I don't understand her at all. It was like she was mocking me, but for something I couldn't change. I know it sounds petty, but I keep thinking about her and I can't sleep. I don't suppose it's that important in the grand scheme of things, but it must be if I can't stop thinking about it. And then, guilty that her latest letter to her dearest mother was nothing more than a list of grievances she had with Lady Constance, Lady Leonard, and the insufferable parlor maid, Lorena had hastily appended. But enough about that. How have you been? What about Alice? How tall is she now? It's been so long since I last saw her. She must have shot up. Her mother's response had been genial, but quizzical. She opened her letter with some general chit-chat about Ethel and Mary and Alice, which was always a comfort, and then addressed Lorena's issues with the parlor maid. Tao Hua, or, as Lorena had written because she had no idea how to spell Tao Hua's name, Tilly, short for Matilda. Tao Hua was the most un-Matilda-like person Lorena had ever met. Not that there was a set way Matildas had to act, but it would have to do. Tilly was still better than Tao Hua. Tao Hua called her Lori enough. It was tit for tat, really. Well deserved. I'm sorry, dear, but I don't understand the problem, her mother had written. It sounds like Tilly was looking out for you. She might have been a bit harsh, but she wouldn't have said those things if she didn't care. Maybe you two could even become friends. The mere idea was enough to make Lorena snort in disbelief. Friends? Her mother seriously thought she could become friends with Tao Hua. Maybe Lorena could have become friends with Tilly, whoever that was. But Tao Hua? There was not a chance. Not a chance in hell. Lorena would rather make amends with Pauline than try and befriend Tao Hua. At least, that was what she told herself. I do like Tao Hua way better than Tilly. Tilly sounds like a grandma name. Tao Hua? That has some class. That has some culture. Miss Amy Varens was not the first governess Lady Constance had ever had. Okay, you know what? I need to grab some water. My throat is killing me. Let me be right back. Where is my text? I don't have my text. Hold on. Text GDI. There we go. Okay, let me grab water and use the restroom real quick. I need to hydrate. Take a minute to stretch, gang. I'll be right back. All right. We are hydrated. I hope you all got a stretch. Thank you. I'm trying with the voices. However, it's always hard when there's like more than 3 main characters because you gotta make them distinct, right? I ran out of voices after like the 4th one. Like Ada, Lottie, Constance kind of all have similar voices, just different cadences. And then Pauline, the blonde lackey maid, and Tao Ho. Oh no, Tao Ho has a unique voice. There's too many characters. But let's resume. Miss Amy Varens was not the first governess Lady Constance had ever had. Neither was she the first governess Lorena had seen attending to the needs of the wildly irascible madam, even during the maid's brief 4 months at Bly. Before Miss Amy Varens had been Miss Lillian Hurst. Lorena didn't remember Miss Lillian in great detail, as she had been fired for some misdemeanor or another during the 2nd week of Lorena's employment. But she could recall, though vaguely, that Miss Lillian had been very tall and very blonde with piercing eyes. Miss Lillian hadn't seemed like the kind of woman who could be outsmarted by a pint-sized she-devil like Lady Constance. But Lady Constance, despite her mere handful of years spent residing upon God's green earth, could be even wilier than a fox. Before Miss Lillian had been a string of governesses Lorena had never met. Miss Penelope Howard, Miss Catherine Storr, Miss Adrienne Spence. None of them had remained in Bly for longer than a year. Miss Amy Varens was Lady Constance's new tutor, and Lorena felt rather sorry for her. She had an even more unforgiving job than Lorena did. Miss Amy was French and hailed from Lyons. She had fiery red hair, which one would assume denoted a similarly fiery personality, marking her out for the ballet, perhaps, or the opera. But it was quite the contrary. Miss Amy was a softly spoken, retiring woman who would sooner have swallowed her tongue than stand upon a stage. It was unthinkable that such a woman could rein in Lady Constance. Lorena had known it as impossible from the very beginning. Lady Constance would chew her up and spit her back out. But that didn't stop Miss Amy from trying. She tried so hard, it was almost heartbreaking. Oh, there you are, maid. Lady Constance pushed her list of French verbs to one side, almost sliding it off the circular table. Miss Amy, as was her wont, caught it before it could hit the floor. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Alright, the ugly business of clearing the nose has been done. Miss Amy, as was her wont, caught it before it could hit the floor. Do you have my mid-morning snack? Indeed, the cook was very thorough in her preparations. I hope for your sake it's something sweet. I can't focus without sweet. They're coconut macaroons, miss. I hope they are to your liking. Well, Lady Constance's snub nose wrinkled. It was evident, even before she spoke, that Lorena's offering was not to her liking at all. But perhaps the French verbs had worn even Lady Constance down, because she relented. It's not what I would have chosen, but they're better than nothing. Set the plate by my side, please, and don't jostle any of my things. Certainly. Lady Constance peered at the macaroons with a discerning eye, like a master jeweler inspecting a freshly mined diamond. When it came to sweets, young girls had 2 stomachs. Lorena had heard that said before, and it was certainly the case with Lady Constance. Her taste in saccharine sweetmeats was unparalleled. I suppose they will do. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for taking such good care of the young Mademoiselle, Lorena. Well, it's my job. Lady Constance clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. I don't know if you've realized yet, Amy, but this girl here, Lady Constance gestured at Lorena, is only a maid. You don't need to thank her. She's probably too stupid to understand you. Now you look here. Oh, Mademoiselle Constance, surely you jest. She might be a maid, but she is a hard-working girl, is she not? Well, I wonder. A smile played at the corners of Lady Constance's lips. It was not entirely pleasant. Tell me, maid, what do you do when Reverend Monner's services finish on Sunday? Lorena shifted, suddenly guilty. She looked down at the floor and the patterned rug that covered it. I go back to Bly, naturally. You say it's natural for you to come back here. But you're always so very late. I am not so very late. Silent. You were a quarter of an hour later returning to Blythe than the other maids last Sunday, and the Sunday before that. It might not sound like much to a dullard like you, but it all adds up to a considerable amount of time. I didn't realize. Of course you didn't. You've never learned how to do basic mathematics, have you? Lady Constance's eyes roved up and down Lorena's form. Her lip curled. Let me phrase it in a way even you can understand, maid. You have wasted more than an hour during the last month alone. A whole hour. Now, do you understand the gravity of your sins? Sins? That seemed a little harsh coming from a tiny mouth like Lady Constance's, but Lorena had no room to argue. Lady Constance had already outmaneuvered her. This is sloppy, slovenly behavior. I won't abide by it. You maids are only allowed to attend church every Sunday out of the goodness of my mother's heart, but you've been taking advantage of that. You're using your faith as an excuse to take time off on our good graces. I never intended to. What you intended is neither here nor there. I imagine you don't even understand what the most perplexing thing about all this is. What? I spoke to Pauline earlier and she told me, well, I could hardly believe what she told me. Pauline, was it? Lorena scowled. She couldn't help herself. The mere mention of Pauline's name had often had this effect on her. Pauline said you were late returning to Bly because you were going to the post office, of all things. Now, as a lowly, uneducated maid, what purpose is there in you going to the post office? I doubt you can read or write. Well, I know it might seem unbelievable, but I do know how to read and write, miss. Oh! Lady Constance didn't look surprised by this news, surprising though it was. Her face remained calm, like a still puddle of water after a rainfall. It was even more disconcerting than outright anger. And how, pray tell, did you learn how to do that? My father taught me. So your father was a scholar, was he? Not exactly. He was a sailor, but he went to a village school when he was a child, and he learnt a little here and there. He was always fond of stories, Robinson Crusoe and the Arabian Nights. He read them to me when I was a child. Oh my, how interesting. It seems we have an undiscovered genius in the house. This whole time, should I have been curtsying to you? Mademoiselle Constance, please, your lesson. In a minute, Amy. I'm not through with Sappho. Sappho? Lady Constance's lip curled. Tell me, maid, if you really are so very intelligent as you seem to think, then why don't you help me with my French reading? French? That's right. That shouldn't be too much of a challenge for you, should it? After all. Lady Constance raised her eyebrows. You know how to read and write, you clever girl. Well, I've never studied French before, and That wasn't a question. It was an order. Come here. Lorena glanced about the drawing room awkwardly, but there was nobody to save her. Miss Amy certainly couldn't. There was nothing she could do. Lady Constance was in a particularly sadistic mood today. French always did this to her. It was no secret that French was Lady Constance's least favorite subject. And the fact that her new governess was a Frenchwoman herself was no small source of scorn from the young girl. Fearing for her immediate well-being, Lorena hastened to Lady Constance's side. The young girl took a slim volume of French fables from her desk and handed them to Lorena. Lorena took the book and opened it. She stared at the words on the page, but they had no meaning. They might as well have been written in Greek. Well? Lady Constance's devilish smile grew wider. What are you waiting for? Start reading, please. But I... Oh, are you saying La Fontaine is too difficult for you? Well... Too bad. I'm still waiting. Well, Lorena cleared her throat. Fingers trembling, her face beet red, he began. La Sigali ayant chanti tu le et a... But Lorena had not gone more than 2 lines when Lady Constance interrupted her. Well, that was terrible, and I thought you could read. Lorena dipped her head. Her face burnt bright red. She could read. Basic English, at least. French was way over her head. Didn't Lady Constance know how unfair she was being? But that didn't sway the young mistress. You see? Lady Constance gave Miss Amy a sidelong glance. If this genius of a maid can't understand La Fontaine, then I fail to see why I should be expected to. But mademoiselle, French is important. You are expected to understand the gist of the language, at least, so you can integrate more easily into high society. And why should I need to integrate? I'm already part of high society. But nothing. I'm tired of these silly games. If you want to teach anybody French, teach this foolish maid. But I have no interest whatsoever. And with that, Lady Constance got to her feet and marched out of the drawing room. Miss Amy watched her retreating back, a frown on her face. Oh dear. Lorena was inclined to agree with her. Lady Constance hadn't even tried any of her macaroons. How could she be so selfish? I hate this child. Thoroughly humiliated, Lorena stalked down the hallways of Bly with a face like thunder. Why was Lady Constance so unreasonable? Expecting her to be fluent in French of all things? And then using Lorena's incompetence as an excuse to escape? It beggared belief. How could one little girl be so very shameless? If you were my younger sister, I'd spank you in a second. That's what you deserve, you charlatan. Her feet thumped across the carpet, hard. By this point, she had worked herself up into such a state, she completely failed to notice the presence of another person. Oh? Until it was too late. Lorena stumbled, her eyes wide, her fingers slackening. She dropped the broom to the floor, where it struck the wall with a dull thud, before gravity pulled it back down to earth. It rolled several times before bumping against the side of Lorena's foot, where it came to a standstill. Lorena had come to a standstill, too. It was impossible for her to move, even if she had wanted to. Thanks to her thoughts, which always seemed to trip her up, quite literally this time, she had managed to run right into the one person she did not want to run into. We just got an achievement called Unexpected Embrace. Hello, Lori. That was quite the greeting you gave me. Lorena blinked at the older woman with wide eyes. Her eyes were so wide, in fact, it looked like her irises had been swallowed up by her whites. Her cheeks, meanwhile, were slowly starting to turn pink. Why, of all the embarrassing things. Are you all right? You look rather flustered. tired too. Have you not been getting enough sleep? I get more than enough sleep. Well, that's good. One must look after their health. It wouldn't reflect well on Lady Leonard if one of her precious maids collapsed from fatigue. Well... Lorena tried to soothe the stammering of her heart, but that was hard when she didn't know why it was stammering to begin with. And her mother had thought she could become friends with Tao Hua, or Tilly as she had been termed. If Lorena's mother had ever met the woman, Lorena was sure she would change her mind in a heartbeat. It was the only proper thing to do. Lorena inhaled and took a step backwards, then 2, then 3. 3 steps seemed like a sensible distance to her. It wasn't so very far she would look foolish trying to continue the conversation, but not so close Tao Hua's presence could unsettle her. I want to talk to you about something, actually. You do? Yes, about what happened a couple of weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, How curious. Did something occur between the pair of us? Tao Hua blinked, one finger against her lower lip. She was quite the convincing actress. She could have given Emily Sylvain a run for her money. Not that Lorena had ever seen Emily Sylvain perform. She'd never been to London before in her life. You know something did. Surely you remember what you said to me. Not everything. My memory isn't that good, and this was a while ago. Well, you should know how you made me feel, at least. Silly Laurie. How could I possibly know how you feel? You didn't tell me. And, contrary to popular belief, I cannot read minds. You should have been able to assume. But assumptions can often be wrong. That's why I was hoping to run into you so I could confirm my hypothesis. What are you, a detective? Unfortunately not. I'm just a mere maid. I thought that much would be obvious. Lorena rolled her eyes. She had told herself she wasn't going to punch Tao Hua, but the urge was growing stronger and stronger by the second. You are impossible. I suppose I should take that as a compliment. Take it however you want. I don't care. I was under the impression, however, that you might want to apologize. And whatever gave you that idea? Because you upset me. So I did upset you after all. That's what I feared. Yes, you did. You seemed to imply when you removed that thorn that I was the one to blame for getting hurt. I was simply trying to help, Laurie. You helped me, yes, but you acted like you didn't want to. Like I was getting in your way. Well, I never asked for your help. I didn't want it. You forced it on me, then expected me to fawn over you with gratitude. I don't see why I should thank you, and I'm not going to. Lorena scuffed the floor with the tip of her shoe, her face twisted. If you dislike me, I don't know why you poked your nose into my affairs in the first place. We would both have been happier if you left me alone. Hold on. A big bug just flew into my room. But I lost sight of it, so I guess I'll just let it kill me in my sleep. Honestly, the young maid sighed. All her irritation towards the older woman had accumulated over the past few weeks, like pus inside a boil. Now it finally had a chance to spill out. And oh, how much of it there was. She was even more upset than she had thought. Maybe this was, in part, because of how Lady Constance had toyed with her not 5 minutes ago. Lorena couldn't take her anger out on the small girl who derived such pleasure from her pain, but she could take her anger out on Tao Hua. She felt like she had a right to be angry with her. Tao Hua really was an exasperating woman. I just don't understand you. Evidently. Even if you did understand me, you wouldn't say such foolish things. So my feelings are foolish, are they? Please don't put words into my mouth. I never said your feelings were foolish. Only that you are acting foolish. You're splitting hairs. There's no real difference. I beg to differ. If you would pause to think, you'd realize that I don't dislike you, Lori. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You act as though you do. You can believe whatever you want, but you're ignoring a few key details. If I hated you, why would I have pulled out the thorn? And why would I have caught you when you fell? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I don't understand how you think. I bet you only did it to make me feel bad. Oh dear, do I really seem that heartless? To be honest, yes. My. Tao Hua held her hands together at her front. It was an unusually humble gesture coming from the older maid, and it made her seem slightly more approachable than usual. A little less overbearing. I apologize if I hurt your feelings then. It wasn't my intention. Then what was? How did you think I was going to react? It didn't cross my mind, to be honest. You mean you just say things and you don't care about who you hurt? That's even worse. So, upsetting people out of neglect is more heinous than upsetting them out of malice? The end result is the same, but I suppose we all look at things differently. Lorena bristled. She didn't have the time to listen to this woman and her convoluted words. If Tao Hua truly wanted to apologize, he should have done so and then let Lorena go. They didn't need to draw this conversation out any longer. It was uncomfortable enough as it was. Right, well, you've said your piece, so that should be the end of it. You want to be rid of me? I do, very much so. That's rather sad. You'll recover soon enough, I'm sure. Perhaps, but this is a sorry state of affairs. I realize I've offended you, but I didn't mean to. I just... Tao Hua frowned. Oh well, I suppose it's all water under the bridge. Fine, I won't talk to you if you don't talk to me. I suppose being ignored is better than being despised. Alright then. Tao Hua bent down and retrieved the broom Lorena had dropped. Here you go. Take it. Thanks. Lorena wanted to sound unconcerned, but she couldn't. For some reason, her voice was trembling. It was further proof she couldn't spend time in Tao Hua's company. The older maid was far too difficult. Maybe even dangerous. Lorena couldn't read her, no matter how she attempted. Tao Hua's eyes were impenetrable. Her small smile, so well crafted, it might as well have been a mirage. Once more, Lorena thought of Emily Soldane. She shook her head. Though Tao Hua was an accomplished actress, she was no Emily Soldane. She wasn't British enough. Maybe that was the reason Lorena felt so uneasy in her company. Racism? Lorena couldn't understand the older woman. Therefore, she couldn't trust her. Wasn't that common sense? It seemed logical enough to her. Alright. If you're happy, I suppose I'm happy. I'll try to refrain from making unnecessary comments in the future. You do that. I will. I can control myself. I hope I shall see you later, Lori. And Taohua left. Lorena watched as Taohua's long skirts fluttered around her legs with each footstep. It was only some 5 seconds later when sense had finally returned to her, but Lorena remembered to mutter, "And don't call me Lori." Later that night... Lorena. Yes, Ada? What is it? I'm sorry. Ada shrank back, her head bowed, and for good reason. Lorena's tone was a good deal sharper than usual, and Ada was unused to being addressed so coldly by her closest friend. Lorena sighed, massaging her temple with her fingers. She knew she was being unfair, reasonable even. Though she had suffered through a remarkably rotten day, it wasn't Ada's fault. Ada had nothing to do with Lady Constance's temper tantrums, Pauline's petty revenge, or Taohua's complex and confusing mind games. Ada was completely innocent. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who's in the wrong. But, it looked like you were busy. I was busy, but I can always set time aside for you. Lorena put her quill away. She had been in the middle of writing a letter to her mother, but she wasn't entirely sure what to write. Words failed her. Talking to Ada might help her put her thoughts in order. What did you want to talk about? Well, it's about the ghost. Did you happen to hear it again? It's even worse. Lottie told me she saw it. Oh, she did she? Though Lorena was rather fond of Lieselot, it was hard not to be fond of Lieselot. She didn't regard her as a trustworthy source of information. Lieselot was fanciful to a fault, and she loved both fairy tales and ghost stories. Often, she made no distinction between the two. Yes, she was out in the hallways last night, bolting the windows and drawing the curtains when she saw a what? A figure in the garden. Was it a ghostly figure? She said it was quite ghostly. It wasn't Joe the gardener? No. Lottie said it was very tiny, just like a child, and it was wearing a long, flowing night dress. Did she manage to look at its face? She didn't get a chance. She was so very excited, she said she passed out for a few moments. Huh? That sounds like Lieselot. And when she came to, the figure was nowhere to be found. Very mysterious. Indeed. And Lieselot is convinced it was a ghost. I don't see what else it could have been. Lorena sighed. She wasn't convinced herself, but she was the kind of person who refused to believe in anything unless she could see it with her own two eyes. With a yawn, the young maid began to divest herself of her uniform. She was growing tired, and it was a struggle for her to keep her eyes open. As was to be expected, Ada politely averted her eyes. Lorena folded her uniform neatly, then put on her nightclothes. When she stretched, the fabric strained against her chest. She probably needed a new nightgown. This one was several years old, but she could hardly afford it. I wonder, why would the ghost of a small child haunt the rose gardens of Bly? Lieselot said maybe a murder had taken place. Of course she'd think that. Lieselot loves drama. Speaking of which, where was Lieselot? It was almost 10 o'clock. Perhaps she was with the 2 scullery maids, and maybe the cook, irritable though she was, the cook had a rare soft spot for the dreamy Swiss maiden, telling them about her close encounter with the supernatural. As for Pauline and Isabel, they had been summoned to see Miss Smith an hour or so ago. Lorena didn't know what they were doing, and quite frankly, she didn't care. Liselot said, perhaps a previous owner of Bly was a scoundrel, and he sired an illegitimate child with a mistress. And then, when he could no longer bear the shame of raising such a child, he murdered her. And buried her body in the rose garden? That's right. Does Liselot have any proof? I don't know about proof, but she made it sound very plausible. She's a natural-born storyteller. Don't pay her any heed. But the ghost! I'm sure it will be fine. Don't worry about things too much, Ada. It was probably her But Lorena was unable to complete her sentence. That's because, at that moment, Pauline and Isabel entered the room. Goodness, Miss Smith can talk. I feel absolutely exhausted. I always feel exhausted, and my poor hands are frozen. Oh, why did we have to put out the fires? It's such a chore. I barely have enough strength to get changed. I can't undo the buttons of my blouse. To be young again. Pauline cast a furtive look at Lorena. Her lips were curled into a smile, but her eyes were cold and hard. Lorena held her gaze, unflinching. Was this some kind of challenge? Lorena knew how Pauline felt about her, and Pauline had been more explicit about her feelings than usual as of late. The comment from a few days hence continued to weigh on Lorena's mind. Slut. You don't realize how lucky you are, Lorena. How am I lucky exactly? She certainly didn't feel lucky. You're still young. Not yet in your 20th year. A beautiful rose just ripe for the picking. Or trampling. I beg your pardon? How long had Effie been in the room anyway? Effie was so quiet, Lorena often forgot she even existed. But when Effie did open her mouth to speak, what came out of it was always, invariably, the moon looks sad tonight. Bizarre. Putting the moon to one side for now. Pauline's lip curled. You have a bright future ahead of you, Lorena. You're not so very bad looking, and you have a body most men would kill for. Most women would kill for it too. I'm so cold my hands won't stop shaking. It's a waste that you should while away your life employed as a mere maid. Do you not agree? Your pretty hands will start to seize up, just like mine. Believe it or not, even I was young once. But years upon years of hard work takes it out of you. Lorena narrowed her eyes, her lip pursed. Excuse me, but I'm not entirely sure what you are trying to say. Why, it's simple. If I was a pretty young thing like you, I wouldn't hesitate to use my feminine wiles on the opposite sex either, especially if it would make my job easier. I don't have any wiles, and if I did, I wouldn't know how to use them. Neither would I want to. That's what you say, but we know better. Giggle, giggle. Lorena's back stiffened. She bit her lower lip. Why were they bringing this up again? It's a pity Lady Leonard doesn't have any handsome young sons. If only she had, that would be your ticket to a better life. Lorena turned her head away. Her cheeks were flushed bright red with shame. I must say it's brave you tried to seduce that Pickering boy. Wait, that's not an adjective. I must say it's brave you tried to seduce that Pickering boy. Incredibly bold. It's a pity it went so very poorly. I didn't... That's what you say, but the evidence is stacked against you. Why else were you dismissed from your previous job so abruptly? I don't think Lorena did anything wrong. Shush, Ada. The adults are talking. Yes. Ada looked down at her intertwined fingers. Her lower lip trembled. Despite being an adult herself, she was easily cowed. Ada wasn't a girl made for debate. She had a tendency to fold in on herself like a stack of cards, though Lorena had to give her points for trying. Still, it's awfully brazen of you to try and deny your crimes. To continue going to church. To talk to us like we're equals. To even look us in the eye. When you're nothing more than a common whore. First slut, now whore. What next? Keeping secrets was impossible in a place like this. The servants lived far too closely together in their dirty, dusty, draughty quarters. It was only natural the other maids would know. Everybody had heard the rumors about Hartwell, and Lorena's sudden dismissal, and Arthur Pickering. But Lorena didn't like to think about that. Not now. In fact, she was rather shocked to discover she would much rather think about Tao Hua. I know what you are, Lorena. The 15th of April, Friday. Hydrate. We're gonna hydrate, chat. Okay. Voice refreshed. A few days later, Lorena found herself in the kitchen. She was in the midst of cleaning out a large tin pot for the cook beneath a stream of steady water. Though Lady Leonard employed a couple of scullery maids to aid the cook with her chores, they were often indisposed with miscellaneous tasks. The scullery maids didn't sleep with the housemaids beneath the attic. They had even smaller, shabbier quarters that were closer to the kitchens. Lorena didn't know the scullery maids very well, and she couldn't remember their names. There was one girl with thin, brown hair who might have been a Bessie, and perhaps the wiry, red-haired girl was Eliza? But Lorena didn't know. Technically speaking, Lorena wasn't supposed to work in the kitchens. She wasn't a scullery maid, but a housemaid, a rank or two below Tao Hua in the social hierarchy. Though Lorena could sweep carpets, polish stairwells, and light almost any fireplace, scouring pots and pans was not her forte. Unfortunately, the cook had asked for Lorena's assistance by name, and Lorena couldn't disobey a direct order from the cook. The cook was an irritable, moon-faced woman, but she was one of the most senior staff members Bly possessed, other than Mr. Lester and Miss Smith. Lorena washed the pot dutifully, roping it clockwise with a flannel. Her hands were starting to tire, and she had no idea how long she'd been working, but it certainly felt like long enough. Her hair was getting in her eyes, but she couldn't pause to brush the loose tendrils behind her ears. She'd done that before, and had learnt the hard way that introducing carbolic soap to her unprotected eyeballs was a rather poor idea. As Lorena worked, soap suds scuttled along about her. Oh wait, as Lorena worked, soap suds scudding along about her, she happened to look out of the window. The sky was a clear bright blue, and the rose gardens lay beyond the kitchen. The young maid could make out not so very far away, two familiar figures. Effie and Lisa-Lot. Lorena wasn't sure why they were in the garden. It wasn't Monday, and there was no laundry to be done. The voices of the two girls drifted to Lorena in the spring breeze. When she strained her ears, Lorena was able to catch most of their conversation. "The daffodils are so beautiful. I could be back in Andermatt." "You always say that." "I know. I fear I am dreadfully simple-minded, but I cannot help myself. I do love my hometown so." "How cute." "You really think so?" "Oh, thank goodness. Sometimes I worry I must annoy you all with so much with my ramblings." "You don't." "Well, thank you. Though I do wonder. It is such a beautiful day, and yet I can hardly believe amongst these old walls there lurks an ancient spectre. Just thinking about it makes me tremble. What if it were to possess me in the night? How would that feel?" "Like this." Effie caught hold of Lisa-Lot's middle and began to assault her with her fingers. Her digits scrabbled at Lisa-Lot's tummy, beneath her neck and underneath her arms. The blonde maid soon doubled up, squealing. "Yeah, let go." "But I'm possessing you." Effie, I did not know English girls were so touchy." "We aren't. Not usually. You're special." Lorena looked at the cook curiously. "Do you know what they're doing outside?" The cook set down her rolling pin. She had been in the middle of preparing Lady Constance's mid-morning snack, and gave Lorena a withering look. "Why are you asking me that?" "No real reason. I just thought, as they're right outside the kitchens, you might have sent them on some kind of errand." "And what if I have?" "Well, haven't you been here long enough to know you shouldn't bother me when I'm working?" "Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you." "As you should be." The cook harumphed, her large bosom heaving. She wasn't a particularly old woman. In her 30s, Lorena assumed. But her bosom was impressively large, and it was already starting to sag. Sometimes, Lorena wondered if her breasts were the real reason why the cook always looked so po-faced. Dragging them around with her must have been incredibly tiresome. Maybe that was why the cook often asked the housemaids for help, though they weren't supposed to work in the kitchens. Her breasts had damaged her back, and despite her relative youth, she had difficulty keeping the kitchen in order on her own. What is this woman talking about? Why is she fixated on the cook's boobs? Lorena hoped her own breasts wouldn't weigh on her like that. They hurt her back quite enough as it was already. In 20 years' time, or even 10, would her spine still be able to withstand the pressure? If you must know, I asked those daft girls to pick some blackberries for me. Blackberries? That's right. You mightn't know, seeing as you've not been here a whole year, but there's a thicket near the back of the garden. I always make blackberry jam during the springtime, and blackberry pies and blackberry tarts. Blackberry, you name it. Lady Constance is very fond of her blackberries. Oh, I see. It made sense. Blackberries, though sweet, had an initial tartness when you first bit into them. The prickly, off-putting palate suited Lady Constance perfectly. They're supposed to be picking blackberries at any rate, but it seems they've gotten distracted. I suppose so. Lorena frowned. She felt a bit guilty for tattling on Effie and Lisa-Lot, whom she liked quite a lot, but she didn't suppose the cook would be too hard on them. For all her bluster, she was a good woman at heart, and she seemed to regard Lisa-Lot as a surrogate daughter. The cook was forever summoning Lisa-Lot to the kitchens and giving her easy jobs. Boy! The cook yelled quite suddenly, making Lorena jump. She was so loud, the pots and pans in the kitchen quaked. The two young scullery maids, Bessie and Eliza, were those their names, tensed. "You two! You're not getting paid to stand around yakking!" As if by magic, the two maids in the rose garden parted. Though they were a few paces away, Lorena could see the abashed smile on Lieselot's face quite plainly. "I'm sorry, I'll start right away." "You do that, Lottie, or I'll tell Lady Leonard." Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Let us go, Effie." And Lieselot took hold of Effie's hand. Lorena watched the two of them, her head tilted to one side. She was more curious than ever. Had Lieselot and Effie always been that close? Something's brewing in the rose garden. Later that day. "Oh, maid, there you are. You know, I do have a name." "What was that?" "Nothing." Lady Constance sighed and set down her slim volume of French fables. It appeared to be the same volume she had been poring over a few days prior. It really was curious, Lorena mused, that whenever Lady Constance was assailed with a sudden urge for sugar during her studies, it was, invariably, when she was supposed to be studying French. "And what mid-morning snack do you have for me today?" "Biscuits, miss." "I hope for your sake they're nicer than the coconut macaroons." The macaroons that Lady Constance did not even try. "I can't say for sure. I haven't sampled them myself." "Naturally, that would be most uncouth." "I thought you might say that. The cook told me they had a fancy foreign name, but..." Lorena looked at the plate in her hands. It was a delicate, willow-patterned piece, quite unlike the chipped ceramics the maids ate from. This plate alone was probably worth more than a month of Lorena's meager salary. On the plate, arranged by the cook's careful hands, were a handful of sablé c'est la poche, butter-based French biscuits with centers of strawberry jam. Lorena didn't know the correct terminology for these sweet treats, and neither would she have been able to pronounce it if she did. So, she handled the situation as best she could. She bowed her head in apology. "I can't quite seem to remember it." "As expected, you really are useless." Lady Constance tutted. "Well, at least let me see the mystery biscuits. I'll decide for myself what I think." Of course. Lorena obliged, setting the plate on the table. Lady Constance pinched one of the biscuits between her thumb and forefinger and bit into it delicately. She didn't spill a single crumb. Lorena couldn't help but be impressed. Though she didn't like Lady Constance, she had to give praise where praise was due. Lady Constance, despite her 12 years of age, really was elegant. Hey! Thank you for the raid, Ronan Healy. How was your Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 stream? How was it? Hello, hello, hello. Did you win? Were you winning your sets, Ronan? Hello, Healthy Score. Thank you for the raid. It was fun, but also Parsec. What happened to Marvel 2? Weren't you tweeting about streaming Marvel 2? I was excited for some Marvel 2. To be fair, I haven't played Marvel 3 in like a year and a half, so, you know. I did a poll between Marvel 2 and Avengers. Oh, it is Wednesday! It is Wednesday! Not only did you play in Parsec, you played on Parsec to the West Coast, which makes it worse, right? Because you're in Florida? Oh no. Anyway. Hello everyone coming from Ronan's stream. Thank you for stopping by. My name is Rika Readman. I used to be a Marvel player, a Marvel 3 player. I stopped playing though, and now I just read a bunch of visual novels. They'll say, "When can I see the return of Frank Perez?" I've thought about it. Maybe. I've thought about it. I actually have, because, you know, none of the modern fighting games are super fun to me. But you know what happened is I stopped playing fighting games competitively, and I moved to a different city, and I have an extremely better quality of life. Thank you for the follow, Healthy Score. I should get back into fighting games. My girlfriend has been streaming a lot of fighting games and like making me play Fightcade stuff with her and like kicking my ass in Marvel 2. And I'm just like, I should play more fighting games. Actually, you play very gay novels? Listen, alright. I haven't played an LGBT themed novel since like spring. I literally just got done playing some like murder mystery novels and like some horror novels and Zero Escape. This is the first like gay thing I've streamed in like half a year. Also, hi Liddy, welcome to the stream. You know what? I should just jump on Parsec Marvel for fun one of these days. I got so burnt on fighting games I want to stop, but they're too fun. You know what I was having fun for a while? I was having fun with Undernight. And Marvel 2 was actually pretty fun. Marvel 2 was pretty fun. Especially when I started to learn Magneto. Magneto in Marvel 2 is really fun. Yeah, Parsec, I dropped for quality of life. Yeah. That's also a big thing. I do not want to play on Parsec. I do not want to play on Parsec. My ISP, like, my internet speeds are pretty good. But a lot of the time, the, how do I say? A lot of the time, the connection just gets dropped and then inputs get eaten. So it kind of sucks. Yo, P4 grinder? Let's go? Anyway. Thank you for the raid. I hope you enjoyed Marvel 3. If y'all want to see some lesbian maids, you came to the right place. Currently, we have our main character, Lorena. She is new at her job. She's got rumors going on about her that she's a slut, that she slept with her previous employer's son. She's very young. She gets bullied by a 12-year-old every day of her life, and then gets bullied by her older coworkers every day of her life. And she's desperately underpaid. Life sucks. Except there's this older maid that nobody talks to, this older Chinese maid that she's very scared of. And honestly, it kind of reeks of a little bit of racism, but you know, it's fine, because she's the love interest. Those sure are lesbian maids. I literally lost because my 4 super inputs turned into dashes. That's what I say. How do I say? That's a big part of my problem with Parsec, right? You blink dash, and then you don't get your button input, or you try to reverse all super or something, and it fucks. Before you say let's go, make sure you know I'm an Adachi rat. All I know is Adachi was terrifying in BB Tag, and that's cool. Alright. Alright, chat. Your avatar's looking great. Thank you. I recently did get a new model, like, August? A couple months ago. It's been a while, but this is a new technology. It's great. I love it. Okay. Adachi was BB Tag Dr. Doom. Oh my god. I feel like Yumi. What was Yumi then? Yumi was pretty incredulous too. Okay. You're in for the worst British accents you've heard in your life. I'm getting back to this. It is set in 19th century Victorian England, so it's time. Also, yeah, Adachi and Yumi both were top 1 in that game. Like, literally, you pair them with anyone and you win, but also you pair them with each other and you win, like, twice. Though she didn't like Lady Constance, she had to give praise where praise was due. Lady Constance, despite her 12 years of age, really was elegant. Far more elegant than Lorena. Lady Constance chewed for a while, letting the sweetness of the biscuit dissolve across her tongue before she swallowed. Her delicate throat, pale as a swan's hide, convulsed. I suppose they are satisfactory. Thank goodness for that. If you're pleased with your snack, then I shall leave these here. If you need anything else, please give me a call. I will be in the kitchen. Lorena dropped a neat curtsy, first to Lady Constance and then to Miss Amy. She was already crossing the carpet, her shoes falling against the floorboards with a series of dull thuds when... Oh, but these are sablés à la poche! C'est magnifique! Miss Amy's voice made Lorena halt. Raging French. Yeah, have a good night, Ronan. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy work. Enjoy Parsec Marvel. I feel like saying enjoy Parsec Marvel is like telling someone fuck you, but you know. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Have a good day at work. Miss Amy's voice made Lorena halt. Lorena sucked in a breath. Slowly, very slowly, she turned about. Lady Constance was frozen in place, a biscuit pinched between her thumb and forefinger. She had been in the process of bringing it to her lips, but Miss Amy's exclamation had stopped her. The girl's eyes flashed dangerously. What was that, Amy? Oh, I was merely saying these delightful biscuits are French. Is that so? Yes, they come from Sablé-sur-Sarthe. What the fuck am I saying? They come from Sablé-sur-Sarthe. They are popular all around the country. I used to eat them when I was a young girl. Miss Amy laughed softly, tucking a strand of loose hair behind the shell of her ear. Her bright red hair. It contrasted something fierce against her creamy skin. It made Miss Amy look even whiter than she truly was. In fact, these biscuits might be even more French than I am. And what makes you say that? You know how it is, Mademoiselle Constance. I worked for 3 years in Palermo. Did I not tell you? I'm letting a Spanish accent seep in. Oh yes, you did. Did you forget? I didn't forget. I simply didn't care to remember. Mademoiselle, you have such a wicked tongue on you. You should be careful or it will turn black. Lillian used to tell me that too. Then you should have listened to her. If I had listened to her, there would have been no reason for Mother to fire her. Are you stupid? Well, Miss Amy's pale cheeks flushed. 2 twin apples blossomed beneath the surface of her skin. Once upon a time, Miss Amy's skin had been a healthy bronze hue. After being subjected to the dreary, rainy, drizzly English weather for more than 4 months, however, her skin had lost most of its shine. Or maybe it wasn't the weather. Maybe it was Lady Constance. All of a sudden, I've rather lost my appetite. Lady Constance turned her nose up at the plate of biscuits, her hands planted on her hips. If you like them so much, Amy, you may have them, but I won't touch a single crumb. Oh, mademoiselle, why must you be so difficult? These biscuits are truly delicious, I promise. I swear as a genuine Frenchwoman. And in case you hadn't realized, I am sick and tired of French. But I'm not a French child, I'm an English one. There's no reason for me to study your language or eat your food, or even converse with your people. That's racist. My people, mademoiselle. Yes, your people. You're not like me, and I'm not like you, and I don't like you and your silly, simpering ways. You tried to get on my good side telling me stories about your childhood like you and I are the same. But we are not the same. We are not friends. Lillian might have been a stick in the mud, but at least she had a basic understanding of social etiquette. She never once overstepped her boundaries. Even the stupid maid would be preferable company to you. Mademoiselle, Enough! Lady Constance got to her feet. The legs of her chair scraped across the floor. Sound was grating. It made Lorena win. I'm tired. I'm going to retire to my bedroom. But your lessons are over. They are not over until I say they are over. Oh, so now you wish to be a responsible adult, do you? Well, it's rather too late for that. Mademoiselle. I am not a mademoiselle. I am an English lady. Until you start addressing me by my correct title, I refuse to sit down and go through a single French verb with you ever again. But what shall I say to your mother? Tell her that you're incompetent and I want nothing to do with you. That should settle matters. This is the worst 12-year-old I've ever seen in anything ever. So saying, the young girl exited the drawing room. The door slammed shut behind her. Dust motes swirled about in the air, unsettled by Lady Constance's performance. Lorena could see that as she squinted, barely visible in the golden sunlight that streamed through the open window. Dust motes swirled about in the air. Oh wait, I just reread that accidentally. Dust motes swirled about in the air, unsettled by Lady Constance's performance. Lorena could see them if she squinted, barely visible in the golden sunlight that streamed through the open window. The velveteen curtains fluttered in the breeze. Miss Amy, meanwhile, groaned. She ran a hand through her rose-red hair. Oh, goodness, what am I to do with her? She sniffled. It sounded for a few moments that she was on the verge of tears, but upon remembering Lorena, Miss Amy sniffed and the moment passed. I apologize. I did not mean to drag you into such an unpleasant situation. Oh, it's quite all right. It was probably my fault. I'm not sure how, but according to Lady Constance, most things are my fault, so... Oh dear. A wan smile tugged at the corners of Miss Amy's lips. It wasn't much of a smile, but it was something. I do worry about Mademoiselle. She can be docile at times, but she flies into a rage at the smallest of provocations, and always she seems to be scheming. You haven't had the pleasure of meeting any other little girls like her? Oh, goodness gracious, no. None of my students in Palermo gave me so much trouble, and Italians are supposed to be passionate. Passionate is one word for it. Oh, Mademoiselle. Miss Amy shook her head. It would be easy to dislike her, but I do pity the poor creature. You pity her? Why? I can't say for sure, but I've always had the idea that she can't be a very happy child. If she was happy, she wouldn't be so difficult. You might have a point. You, on the other hand, are a very sweet girl indeed. I wonder why Mademoiselle always singles you out. Maybe it's because I'm the newest maid here. I try not to think about it too much, but... Lorena picked up the plate of French biscuits that had caused so much chaos. It seems like such a waste. Indeed, they're good biscuits. French biscuits always are. It's a shame Lady Constance is too pig-headed to admit to it. In the end, it's her loss, you know. A mischievous smile that somehow seemed quintessentially European tugged at the corners of Miss Amy's lips. Those biscuits would have to be thrown away otherwise, so you might as well help yourself. Oh no, I couldn't. But you can. I insist. It wouldn't be proper. I'm just a maid, and I am inviting you to eat. As you said, it would be a horrible waste. And I so want to share my country with somebody who cares about it. Well, if you're so sure. Miss Amy didn't need to coerce Lorena any further. After a quick, furtive glance behind her shoulder, the young maid finally decided to help herself. The biscuits were like nothing she had tasted before. They all but melted across her tongue. Soft and sweet and so very, very delicious. 17th of April, Sunday. We love sweets in this household. Give me a second. I gotta take a restroom break. I'm hydrating a lot, which means I gotta pee a lot. Be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright, kiddos. We're back. We're back. We are back. Where are my stuff? Where's my stuff? There's one thing. There's two things. Alright. I think we're gonna probably try to close up shop here soon. It's getting pretty late. We've been going for about 3 hours. Let me find a good stopping point. Are you quite sure about that? Yes, it was a ghostly figure indeed. Upon seeing it in the moonlight, I felt as though my heart might burst right out of my chest. Kaput! What kind of sound effect is that? Was that the sound hearts usually made when they burst? Lorena was curious. Not so very curious, however, that she could muster more than a muted in response, Lieselot pouted. Ah, but Lorena, you sound as though you do not believe me. Well, why not? Lieselot stared at Lorena, her eyes wide with passion. Personally, Lorena felt it was too early in the morning for such an unchecked display of energy, but she decided to keep that to herself. Lieselot seemed impassioned, but then again, Lieselot was impassioned about everything. I'm a little skeptical about the existence of ghosts. But you are English. And? You come from the land of unicorns, dragons, leprechauns. What? I think you'll find those are Irish. It is the same thing. It isn't, though. Never mind, never mind. Liselot waved one hand carelessly. Lorena would have found the gesture irritating were it not coming from such a blonde-haired, blue-eyed maiden. Perhaps Liselot didn't understand. Lorena tried to reason. She was Swiss, after all. Maybe that was why she had been giggling so with Effie the other day. She just didn't know what was appropriate and what was not. One would have thought Effie, being an English-born maiden, wouldn't encourage her so, though. How can you, of all people, doubt my story? I promise you, I am not lying. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I don't think you're lying, but... You should see for yourself when you walk around the hallways at night. Maybe your heart will stop in your chest, too. Hey, thank you for the resub, Dr. Church. It's going okay. We're reading about, Victorian English maids. Who are questionably, into other women, you know? You know how it is? I hope not. Lorena frowned and glanced at a nearby clock. She and Liselot had been charged with airing the carpets and polishing the ornaments in the hallway that morning. An hour or so had passed, and now it was nearing 7:30. We don't want to be late. We should be on our way to church. Ah, yes. I was so caught with my chilling tale, I quite forgot. Lorena smiled, shaking her head. Honestly, what would Liselot do without her? Well, knowing Liselot, she'd be fine. Though Liselot was something of a daydreamer who often lost focus midway through her chores, she was rather popular amongst the residents of Bly. Even Miss Smith was fond of her, and Miss Smith seemed to be fond of nothing other than Estelle Wood's practical housekeeping good. It was true what they said. If you had looks, you could coast by without any particular talent. It didn't hurt that Liselot was so enthusiastic and earnest, but unfailingly thoughtful, too. She was the kind of girl who, if she saw a spider, would catch it in her hands and release it outside. The thought of killing the poor thing would never have crossed her mind. Right. We should be on our way. Agreed, Captain. Captain? Lorena frowned. She wasn't sure exactly how she'd made the sudden career change from maid to captain, but she supposed it didn't matter all that much. Yeah, she's definitely closeted. I mean, like, it's, 1800s Victorian England? And, like, they're in an area dominated by Christianity? This is probably the era of, like, you're gonna go to hell and burn in eternal hellfire if you, sneeze without covering your mouth, right? Imagine how much hell the pastor's gonna tell you you're going to because you decided to taste the, you know what I'm saying. Lorena and Liselot exited Bly through the kitchen. They wended their way through the rose gardens when they were halted, quite suddenly, by an unexpected interloper. Pauline. I was gonna say, like, every woman in the story has seemed a little gay. Like, every older woman you pass by that's not named Pauline just hits on the main character so much. Lorena knew she would see Pauline at church, but she'd hoped to delay their inevitable meeting. For whatever reason, Pauline looked rather smug. Pauline always looked smug. Oh, Lorena, Are you on your way to church? Yes. Lorina's body drew back instinctively, as one would retract their hand from a naked flame. Shouldn't you be on your way to church, too? In a moment, dear. First, I have something I want to relay to you. What? Is it about the ghost? No, it's a more pressing, immediate concern. Earlier this morning, Miss Smith asked me to polish the fireplace in the drawing room. But silly me, I quite forgot. How did you forget? I had matters to attend to in the gardens. They were quite important. But, Lorena noted, Pauline didn't specify what these matters were. If Lorena was a gambling kind of girl, she would wager that these important matters in the gardens involved exchanging idle gossip about the stable hands with Isabel. Hey, thank you for the raid, Fina. How was your stream? How was Stars in Time? What is Stars in Time? Bat raid? I love bats. But like, baseball bats. And bat creatures are cute too. I hope your raid was well. I don't know if y'all are getting pre-roll ads. Let me wait 30 seconds. Or drink water. Miss Smith, not to mention Lady Leonard, will be most aggrieved if they return from church to discover the fireplace has not been seen to. Then perhaps you should finish the task you were assigned. Oh, I know I should, but I don't want to miss service. I hate Pauline so much. Alright, that should be long enough. Hello Raiders, welcome to the stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf VTuber, or is it Calico Librarian VTuber? One of those is a mouthful, the other is not. Hi, I stream a lot of visual novels. I am currently streaming Blackberry Honey, a visual novel about Lorena, a young maid working for a dark and dreary household in Victorian England, who is plagued by being bullied by a 12-year-old, other waitstaff that she's working with, and an older woman who is suspiciously flirty and overly touchy with her? You know? Actually, there's a lot of older women in this story that really want to hit on her. If that's your kind of thing, you know? Enjoy the show. In Stars in Time is a cute little RPG in which you have to save a country from an evil king who freezes everything in time and nothing bad happens. Oh, wait, that's good then. Yeah, because if everyone is frozen in time, how is something bad gonna happen? Like, everyone's safe. Surely there's no twist or anything. That actually sounds pretty neat. I need to catch the VOD. Thank you so much for the raid, Fina. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Hope you enjoyed your game. There's never any intense and horrible depression. I certainly hope not. No one should be depressed about being frozen in time. The main character's fine, he's fine. Apparently we don't have any like post-traumatic stress disorder or anything to deal with, right? Surely. Also, yeah, the maids here are extremely plagued by a lack of bra. Like, look at her chest. It's so big. Did they even have bras back in? I don't know when the bras were invented. It just strikes me. I don't know the history of undergarments. I'm assuming they were not very supportive. But, you know. They had corsetry and undershirts. That's right. Sometimes in my personal life, I just don't wear a bra, and I just trust the good old camisole to, you know, keep my heaving bosom in my chest. Just like poor Lorena here. They were supportive, and her looking like that would be seen as outright obscenity. That's what I keep thinking. Every time there's a scene where she's like holding her boobs like this, I'm just like, is that not seen as improper in like high society Victorian England? Yeah, she would be arrested, huh? But also, this is an era where you would be arrested, as a woman, you would probably be arrested for speaking. Was her apron sewn that way? Why does her apron have boob socks? Actually, yeah. That's like my pet peeve about like some anime style designs, right? But she's always pushing under her boobs, so I just assume it's that. Oh yeah, one was a queen. See, I don't know anything about Victorian England. I'm Native American and Mexican. I don't know anything about European history. I'm just here for the fiction and the girls kissing eventually, you know? Liz, my girlfriend, she's very active in stream chats and I adore her for it. We love active chatters, that's fine. Victory Yuri? Victory Yuri? Wait, that's a good word. That's a good word. Anyway, yeah, thank you for the raid, Fina. I hope you and yours enjoy this novel. Victory Yuri. Victory Yuri. Victorian Yuri. Wait, you're a genius. Hold on. No. I'm writing this down. Victorian England. I'm writing both of these down. Hold on. Victorian England and Victory. I'm using this for a stream announcement later this week. No, you both are geniuses. Yuri Victory Love wins. Also, hi Staub. Welcome to the stream. Long O, not short. I can't speak right now. It's been 3 hours of talking and dubbing over a 12-year-old girl at the same time as a mysterious, unspecified foreign woman who is older. My voice is dead. Let's get back to this. Our arch nemesis Pauline has some shit to say. Neither do I. That's what you say, Lorena. But I doubt missing a service or two will have such an impact on your future. And what do you mean by that? I mean, Pauline's smirk widened. It's doubtful a fallen woman such as yourself could ever go to heaven. No matter how much you try to repent, you might as well give up. I beg your pardon? You heard what I said. My innocence is assured. I've lived a good life so far, and it'd be a shame if I went and got a black mark on my record now. So you want me to take the fall for you? If you would be so kind, then thank you very much. Now, Lottie, are you coming? But, if you had a job to do, you should do it. It is not Lorena's responsibility, surely. But Lorena offered to help me. It did not seem that way to me. Well, if you want to stay here and clean the fireplace with her, be my guest. But you'd miss out on Reverend Marner's service, too. You do want to go to heaven and meet Saint Verena, don't you, Lottie? Well, when you put it like that. Excellent. Then let's be on our way. And on their way they went. Oh yeah. Those of you who have not been here for the past 3 hours. The context of this whole conflict here is, Lorena here got ousted from her previous maid job because, she has a loud mouth and mouthed off at her employers. So she had to come out here to the sticks to work for this family. And, there's rumors going around that she slept with the previous master's son, and that's why she got fired. And, also, she has a large chest and is young. So all the older maids think that she's sleeping around to secure her job. So, they call her slut, and they call her whore. They'll probably call her unchaste eventually, yeah. But the secret is, what they don't know, is that an older Chinese woman who doesn't really associate with everybody, touched her hand and spoke to her and called her a good girl once. And she spent the last, month obsessed with this woman. She probably doesn't swing the way they think she swings. Yeah, she's quite clearly an extreme lesbian. I'm just saying, I've had women in my DMs who I accidentally called good girl once and they were obsessed for over a month. I guess I can understand where Lorena's coming from, but I know how to spot a lesbian. Be careful with that. Yeah, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson about doing that, by the way. Nobody gets it for free anymore. And on their way they went. As she walked off, Lisa-Lot turned her head and mouthed a few parting words to the dumbstruck Lorena. I'm sorry! Stupid Pauline! Where did she get off, that no-mannered, buck-toothed, horse-faced, conniving bitch? To further emphasize her point, Lorena kicked the wall with the tip of her shoe. Ow! As Lorena soon discovered, this was a rather poor idea for a couple of reasons. For one thing, kicking the wall hurt. For another, the pale yellow wallpaper now had a very unappealing blemish streaked across it. Blinking the tears away from her eyes, Lorena peered at the damage she had caused. It didn't look good. Now, how was she going to explain this to Miss Smith? She'd let her temper get the better of her again, just as it done at Hartwell. Just as it had done with Arthur Pickering. Now, months later, she was still paying the price. Oh, go bugger an orphan. What? What does that mean? The writers have not read anything written in the Victorian era either. I wouldn't be surprised. I have, a suspicion that it's not a very informed historical writing. However, if you just consider it was probably just a vehicle because they wanted to write some lesbian smut, I've seen worse. I've seen worse offenses of writing. She definitely was only a maid, though. She's 19 years old, and she's like, I've been working as a maid for 3 years to support my family. So, early into the stream, somebody pointed out that the adult content patch that Steam has for this adds 12,000 words and 4 uncensored sex scenes. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this was this was written just to be smut, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the ride. Everyone is one step removed from a maid fetish at all times? No, not me. No. Nope. Not me. I'm not one step removed from a maid fetish. I live that shit every day, chat. I can't excuse the lack of proper research. Yeah. If there's somebody in chat who's a Victorian English fan, I would assume they would be more offended by it. I'm so clueless on this whole genre that I'm just like, we could have guessed that from the vest. Hold on. I've had people call me out for being dressed like a lesbian or something. I've never been called out as being a maid liker because of the vest. That's so funny. Oh, I do need a proper maid outfit for my VTuber. Can Lorena give Pauline the Victorian England special and spike her tea with arsenic? I mean, honestly, yeah. I think that's a good idea. Whole conversation is very intervesting. I'm so invested in it. I'm glad that you have a vested interest in this conversation. Like, you know, pretty good. I'm glad. I'm very glad. I drink water and I started choking. Hold on. How? Strychnine would be quicker and more satisfying? I need to research poisons. Not, just for curiosity. Not for any, personal reasons. Put enough of that in the tea, you'd probably get away with it. I'm just imagining somebody spiking tea with a bunch of Robitussin. They did use arsenic in paint. Oh. Go eat paint. Anyway, yeah. Lorena said go sodomize an orphan. In Lorena's state, she wouldn't have cared if the subject of said buggery was a whole orphanage. This is ridiculous. If you were here, Pauline, I'd smash every one of your teeth in. And, because it couldn't possibly get any worse than it was already, Lorena spat on the floor. It wasn't like it mattered. Nobody would see or hear here. Every single occupant of Bly, from Lady Leonard all the way down to the stable boy, would be at church. Every single occupant, save her and... Oh my. I didn't realize you had such a foul tongue on you, my little Lori. Tao Hua. Ah! Lorena jumped as though she had been prodded with a pin. Her eyes snapped open until they were even wider than the wooden globe Miss Amy used to teach Lady Constance geography. She was so surprised by the parlor maid's presence, she quite forgot what she'd said to her during their last meeting. I won't talk to you if you don't talk to me. Lorena still didn't like the older maid. She refused to like her through sheer stubbornness. But in that moment, curiosity outweighed everything else. Tao Hua, why are you here? Silly Lori, I thought you knew. I don't go to church. Yes, I've wondered about that. Doesn't Lady Leonard mind? Gilia, you literally just missed an entire conversation about Lorena's boobs. You are free to comment. Also, yeah. I'm wondering why Tao Hua... I'm so curious, like, what is Tao Hua's reason for here, right? They've already commented that, like, her eyes look different and that her skin is darker than everyone else's. And that they've commented on how weird her name is. So, like, it's very obvious that, like, these people have never seen, like, a Chinese person, right? Or I'm assuming Chinese. So it's like, I want to know her backstory. Why is she here in good old Britain? Is the current mystery. She might, but what Lady Leonard thinks is of no concern to me. It should concern you. She's your employer. And even if you don't care about her, aren't you worried about going to hell? A truly novel idea. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. You'd cross a bridge over fire and brimstone? You're more brazen than I thought. Oh, I don't know. You could be quite brazen too, my little Lori. What do you mean? Well, I wondered. What words just emitted from your lovely maidenly lips? Go sodomize an orphan, was it? It was go bugger an orphan, actually. How charming. Tao Hua giggled. She crossed the room with light footsteps, moving so soundlessly she could have been a ballerina. I didn't realize you had such a tongue on you. You can curse like a sailor. My father was a sailor, actually. But that was beside the point. Will you promise to keep this a secret? Who? Me? Tao Hua gestured towards herself in disbelief. But I thought you didn't trust me, Lori. Why the sudden change of heart? It's a test. A test? If you can keep this to yourself, then maybe I can tolerate you. Only tolerate? Don't push your luck. You drive a hard bargain, but... very well. I'll take it to the grave. Do you swear? Cao Hua nodded solemnly, one hand on her chest. On my mother's life. A smile found its way to Lorena's lips despite herself. She didn't know why, but talking to the parlor maid, peculiar though she was, had helped lighten her spirits. Even if Cao Hua was a godless devil. I'm rather curious though, Lori. Oh, I have no problems with being a heathen. I thought you nice, well-raised English girls cared a great deal about your faith. Oh, I do. My mother would faint if she knew I was missing Sunday service. Then why are you here, wishing for the brutalization of poor, innocent orphans and Paulines alike? The orphans might be innocent. Lorena conceded, though it really depended on which orphans you were speaking of. But Pauline is not. I can believe that. I've never been fond of that woman. And what has Pauline done this time? I take it she is the culprit behind your current state of despair. Sandrillion? Sandrillon? I want to read that as Sandrion, but that's Spanish. I don't know how to pronounce that, chat. I'm sorry. Various different meanings for Cao Hua include peach blossom, worming something out of someone, and lucky with romance in the context of women. Oh, that's pretty blatantly on the nose. That would be like if they named a character in here Sappho, which somebody did call Lorena Sappho. I think it was a nickname. Cendrillon? It could be Cendrillon. It could also be Cendrillon. Cendrillon. I'm gonna say Cendrillon because I speak Spanish, so that's easy. I'm learning Spanish, so that's easy. There are characters in some lesbian stories named Yuri, and also Lily, and also, actually those are the main two. And what has Pauline done this time? I take it she is the culprit behind your current state of despair, Cendrillon? Well, he was supposed to polish this fireplace, but important business. Lorena made quotation marks with her fingers. Came up, and she was unable to finish her chores in time for church. Also, Lily, sorry, that was not intentional at all. I forgot. I'm not used to having someone named Lily in my chat. I totally forgot. I do not disclaim the association. Yo, let's go. We love a little bit of sapphism in the chat. So, she tried to push her duties onto you. That's how it went, yes. Oh my, that's truly despicable. Pauline's like that. Did you try to argue your case? I didn't have much time. She left before I could say anything, and I... Also, hi, Tierwolf. Welcome to the stream. Lorena sighed, her shoulders slumped. I couldn't just go. I would have if I were you. But I'm not you. No, you're not. And that's why people continue to take advantage of you. Honestly, Lori, have you learned nothing after the little talk I gave you? Well, I'm very sorry. I've been a little under the weather lately, what with all this nonsense about the ghost. There's a ghost. Ask Ada or Lisa-Lot. I'm not interested. I think Lottie did mention something like that to me earlier. She sounded quite excited. She's always excited. Personally, I find it rather charming, though wide-eyed, innocent little girls like that can be a touch grating. Whenever I see her, I ponder how lovely she would look in tears. Chat? Alright, they are laying it thick. They are laying it on thick with her. Someone in chat asked, is this the Chinese lady who called her a good girl? I don't think I need to answer that question anymore. I don't think I need to answer. I think that question answers itself now. Lorena shuddered. That's too much information. Oh, jealous, are we? Not at all, blush. If it's any consolation, Lori, I think you'd look even better in tears. But what kind of consolation is that? Lorena glowered, her hands clenched into fists. But what could she realistically do? Hit Tao Hua? She'd already scuffed the wallpaper in the parlor, so she might as well. After wanton property damage, grievous bodily harm was just a stone's throw away. Look, I don't know why you're here, but if you want to gloat over my misfortune, you can forget it. I'm not in the mood. Oh dear, I fear I've given you the wrong impression. I don't want to gloat, Lori. No? No. In fact, upon hearing your impassioned cries, I found myself wanting to help, if you can believe such a thing of a wicked woman like me. How can you help, exactly? I know going to church is important for you, but it isn't for me. As I have nothing to lose, I might as well polish the fireplace in your stead. Then you don't mean... If you leave now, you may be able to make it to St. Mary's on time. You'll need to hurry, though. I believe the service starts in... Tao Hua glanced at the gilt clock hanging on the wall. 20 minutes? But that isn't right. You didn't do anything wrong. And neither did you. But you shouldn't need to clean up after Pauline's messes. I don't mind. It's no skin off my nose. But that's 3 butts, my little Lori. And I'm still not budging. You should go. Attend your sermon. Your fairy godmother is always here to help. Tao Hua winked, but shortly thereafter she frowned, pressing one finger against her lower lip. Now, was that too dramatic? I was going for dashing, but perhaps I laid it on a bit too thick. Lorena had no idea what Tao Hua was babbling about, but despite her better judgment, she did feel thankful. Well, if you're sure. Of course I'm sure. I don't offer my services if I'm not sure. But... Tao Hua's eyes flashed. I'm not a cheap woman. I assumed so. I can aid you whenever you wish, but the interest can be rather steep. When I come to collect my insurance, I'll let you know. So I'm to sell my soul to the devil so I can go to the church. How cruel! I'm hardly the devil, my little Lori. If you must compare me to a manifestation of evil, then... I'd far prefer to be called a succubus. Okay, alright. You know, if a woman came on to me this hard, I think I'd be a little turned off. What? 19-year-old obvious lesbian, probably really into it. Oh my god. You got maybe 15 minutes and you're not going to be able to run the outfit without knocking yourself out with a boob trauma. I'm saying, how does she run without those things like swinging and hitting her in the face? I'll say she does. Yeah, Taohua. Taohua's a creature. I aspire to be like her. Oh, that was the end of the scene. The tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. So is the tongue among our members, that it defileth the whole body. Lorena sat at the edge of the bench, crammed against Ada's soft side in the cold, hard wood of the ancient pew. Fortunately, Lorena hadn't been late for the beginning of the service. She'd arrived in the nick of time, with less than half a minute to spare. Reverend Marner had given Lorena a long, disapproving look as she scuttled to her rightful place, but the infuriated expression on Pauline's horsey face had made it all worthwhile. That harpy needed to be knocked down a few pegs. Reverend Marner's words have never felt more apt. The human tongue, if used with malicious intent, really could scorch more than any naked flame. I'm sure Laurie is thinking all about what the human tongue could certainly do to her right now. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The tongue can no man tame. It is an unruly evil, full of deadly poison. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying what we were all thinking. Yeah, Lorena definitely does not know what sex is. She's oblivious. Tao Hua, on the other hand? Tao Hua does not have sex. Tao Hua fucks. Easily. Lorena glanced about the congregation curiously. As per usual, Lady Constance and Lady Leonard were sitting at the front. Lady Leonard's head was held high like a bird of praise. Lady Constance, meanwhile, was fidgeting, winding her blonde hair about a finger over and over and over again. Why was she in such a foul state of distemper? Lorena wasn't sure, but she felt it would be prudent to keep an eye on her. She didn't want to be drawn into any of Lady Constance's childish schemes. Therewith bless we God, even the Father, and therewith curse we men, which are made after the similitude of God. Worrying though it was, the only one Lorena felt she could really rely on as of late was Tao Hua. This didn't mean, of course, that she and Tao Hua were friends. They were nowhere near. Though Tao Hua had helped her earlier, Lorena doubted it was because the older maid liked her. She'd simply done it because it had amused her. I have words for that, but... Tao Hua might have been a reliable ally, but that was purely on her own terms. Lorena didn't dislike her as she once had, but she couldn't imagine forming any kind of meaningful relationship with the older woman. Relationships were awkward things. Sorry. I'm trying to read this, but I just see in chat, Tao Hua's a little more than an ally. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I need a drink of water. Okay. Relationships were awkward things, and when they started to grow, they often caused trouble. Trouble, like what had happened with the Pickering family. Out of the same mouth proceedeth blessing and cursing. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. But Lorena wasn't going to think about that. She didn't want to think about that. It hurt too much. She looked like she was going to cry. But if ye have bitter envying and strife in your hearts, glory not, and lie not against the truth. Someone in chat said it sounds like ChatGPT wrote these sermons, and yeah, now that I'm looking at them, they really don't make any sense to me. Lorena straightened her back and tried to heed Reverend Marner's words, despite the confusion that waged war within her breast. This was no time to be thinking about Lady Constance. This was no time to be thinking about Tao Huang. This was certainly no time to be thinking about the Pickerings. She was here to think about the Lord. Nothing else mattered. Well, that was quite an intense service. As it should be. The word of the Lord is divine. Liselotte smiled brightly. Her face was completely devoid of guile. I'm so happy you were able to attend, Lorena. Me too. I was worried you wouldn't make it. Now that does raise an interesting question. How did you manage to make it here so very quickly, Lorena? I don't know. Maybe it was a miracle. Are you sure you polished the fireplace properly, Lorena? I did my best. Your best, is it? Your best. Like you did your best to try and seduce the Hartwell's son during your previous place of employ. But Pauline was unable to complete her sentence. At that moment, a rather haughty voice cut across her. Sorry, but can you chatter amongst yourselves elsewhere? You're in my way. But the voice didn't sound very sorry at all. It belonged to a young girl with honey blonde hair similar to Lady Constance's. Her skin was pale, her cheeks were soft pink, and she wore one of the most luxurious dresses Lorena had ever seen. It was clear by a single look that her dress must have cost more than a pretty penny. This girl was no mere pauper. She came from a wealthy family. Not as wealthy as the Leonards, of course, but wealthy enough. Wealthy enough to afford airs and graces. Doubtless, that was why Pauline's face burnt bright red. Cowed, she stepped backwards, dropping into a low curtsy before her social better. I apologize. Do forgive me. I suppose I can spare you this once. The girl narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the row of assembled maids with disinterest before pausing. Her eyes met Lorena's. You. Yes? I know you. Excuse me? I recognize your face, plain though it is. I wonder. Now that the girl said it, Lorena discovered that she did know her, though know might have been too familiar a word. She had bumped into her before a few weeks ago, and her sister too. She was surprised the girl had bothered to remember her face. She was, after all, only a maid. Pauline too seemed confused by this turn of events because she said, I beg your pardon, ma'am. You must be mistaken. You couldn't possibly know our Lorena. That's right, that's right. She's nothing more than a maid. A drudge, really. You have no reason to converse with her. Oh. The blonde girl drew herself up to her full height, which, admittedly, was not very high, and surveyed Pauline and Isabel with narrowed eyes. Are you trying to tell me who I can and cannot converse with? You. Her lip curled. As if you could possibly have any sway over me and my decisions. Of course not. We didn't mean to offend. But you did. The damage is done. Maybe I'll tell Lady Leonard about this. Oh no, we didn't mean to insult you. Then get out of my sight. Certainly. Lorena, let's go. Leave the girl. I want to speak with her. You... Are you sure? Quite sure. Do I need to repeat myself, or have you taken leave of your senses? The girl tutted. Goodness, it must be hard to employ decent maids nowadays. It must be hard to employ decent maids nowadays. If not even Bly can manage it. I feel sorry for Lady Leonard. I feel sorrier for us. We apologize if we were in your way. Yes, we're going now. I'm awfully sorry. And the group of maids departed, leaving Lorena behind. Lorena, unsure of what was going on, but vaguely aware she should be appreciative of the girl's intervention, looked at her savior awkwardly. Thank you? Oh, are you still here? The girl snorted. You don't need to thank me. It's meaningless. Then, if I may be so bold as to ask, why did you help me? It wasn't for my sake, you understand. I was merely doing her a favor. Her? Yes, indeed. Tao Hua told me if I saw you, I should look out for you. Not that I particularly want to. You should be old enough to look after yourself. What? How does she know Tao Hua? As Lorena made her solitary walk back to Bly, through the fields of unripe wheat, she found herself pondering. I gotta drink water after that. Chat's asking, how does Tao Hua have influence over this noble kid? I'm just saying. Probably the same way Tao Hua has such a heavy influence over, most women. She is a friend of Flowers. Yeah, she's the apex lesbian. The wind blew through her hair, making it flutter gently. Her skirts, too, shifted in the breeze. The smell of flowers, goldenrods, and hyacinth danced in the air. The sun overhead was soft and warm, like a circular slab of butter. It was all very tranquil, particularly without Pauline and Isabel to disturb the serene scenery. But Lorena's thoughts continued to tick, tick, tick inside her head like a clockwork mechanism. That was the second time this day that Tao Hua had come to her aid, though indirectly on the most recent occasion. Just how much did Lorena owe the older woman, and how could she ever hope to repay her? Lorena had nothing to offer the older woman. She had precious few clothes save the ones on her back, and she sent all her earnings back to her mother in Liverpool. As for priceless family heirlooms, that was a joke. The only heirloom Lorena owned was her old ratty nightgown, which had once belonged to her mother, but which was perilously tight about her bust. How could she square her debt with Tao Hua? She had absolutely nothing of value to offer. Save, perhaps, for her body. If Tao Hua had come to Lorena's aid twice that day, she was unable to do so that night. It was around 11 o'clock and the maids were all in their nightclothes. Their duties for the day had ended, and Lorena was curled up beneath her covers when, all of a sudden, a voice called out to her from the gloom. Lorena, can I have a quick word? But, knowing Pauline, it wouldn't be quick at all. Lorena remained silent. Maybe if she was silent, Pauline would think she was asleep. But it wasn't to be. Excuse me, Lorena, are you deaf? She would remain silent. If she was silent, Pauline couldn't. Ow! Lorena whimpered. All of a sudden, a sharp burst of pain spiked through her right earlobe. Pauline was pinching her ear between her thumb and forefinger. Her fingernails dug into Lorena's flesh. It hurt. Wake up, sleepyhead. Rise and shine. I'm up. I'm up. Just stop that, will you? Lorena pulled herself into a sitting position and glared at Pauline. The glare wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. Much of its effect was lost amongst the darkness of the room, and in any case, Lorena was too tired to glare properly. What do you want? Nothing in particular. Then why are you bothering me? I just feel a bit restless, that's all. Then you haven't been working hard enough. Lorena herself was so tired, she could have fallen asleep standing up. Even now, with the residual pain about her earlobe, she could feel herself slipping softly into the world of dreams. Maybe you have a point. But the unpleasant smirk on Pauline's face kept Lorena's attention. I was supposed to bolt all the windows and draw the curtains on the ground floor hallway, but, silly me, I quite forgot. You've been rather forgetful today. I know, it's terrible. That's what happens when you get old. Perhaps you should go and close them. I know I should, but you're younger than me, Lorena. A late night or two won't bother you at your age. Only I can decide what bothers me and what doesn't. Oh, so I take it this. Pain flared in Lorena's right earlobe once more. Doesn't bother you, does it? Ow! 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 Lorena whimpered, her eyes beaded with tears. Pauline didn't just have a face like a horse. She was as strong as a horse, too. Come now, don't exaggerate. Like you said, only you can decide what bothers you and what doesn't. But it what? It hurts. Oh, it does? Well, that's too bad. Pauline drew a little closer to Lorena, but her grip about the younger maid's ear didn't lessen. If anything, it got even stronger. You know what hurts me, Lorena? What? When you try and make me look like a fool in public. You, a girl who should, by all rights, be shamed and derided by the entire village for being a whore. I'm not... You can protest all you want, but I know the truth. Everyone does. Pauline's fingernails gouged Lorena's skin. Lorena's ear was being twisted most uncomfortably, so it crumpled beneath the pressure. You probably thought you were quite clever earlier, but I have news for you. Another twist. You're not clever, little Miss Wah. You're not clever at all, and I'm going to prove it to you. You thought you could laugh at me? Well, we'll see about that. We'll see. Pauline finally drew her fingers away. The excruciating pressure about her ear lessened, and Lorena found herself gasping in relief. She'd had no idea a mere pinch could hurt so much. But there was nothing mere about Pauline's manhandling. She was downright vicious. Now, are you going to be a good girl, Lorena? Or do you want me to educate you even further? What a mean person. Yeah, I don't know what the hair accessory is. I don't know if they had, like, elastic easily accessible in this era. I also don't understand, like, why she has so much hair hanging in the back if she's got, like... What this implies to me is that she just has, like, one really thin, long strip of hair that goes down her head normally, and she has that tied up, and the rest is just cut evenly. You know. Stupid Pauline. Why don't you just go die in a ditch? I swear to God. Lorena knew blaspheming was a grave sin, but she couldn't bring herself to care. It was a chilly night. The young girl shivered as she walked down the darkened hallway. It felt like even the air itself was trying to tease her. It snaked unpleasantly down the back of her neck and crept up her thighs. Her teeth chattered. Why hadn't anybody come to her aid? What about Ada, Effie, Lieselot? But Ada was never very reliable in a crisis. Effie spoke once every blue moon, and Lieselot had already been fast asleep. I still don't know if I'm saying Lieselot right. I don't know how to say Swedish words? Swede words? I don't know. When Lieselot slept, nothing, not tempest, storm, or wind, could awaken her. Truly, she slumbered like a princess. Swiss, thank you. It must have been nice being so relaxed. Lorena glanced out the windows at the rose garden. She could see, though dimly, the numerous rose bushes illuminated beneath the glow of the full moon. The moon was so round and full it reminded Lorena of a single, perfect pearl set in a lady's earlobe. Oh, wait. The moon was so round and full, it reminded Lorena of a single, perfect pearl set in a lady's earlobe. Or else, perhaps, a crystal ball. It looked just as it had on that fateful night when Lorena had arrived at Bly's gates. What would have happened, she pondered, if she had taken her bag with the dented corner and gone elsewhere? But that was nothing more than baseless fancy. She would never know. This was the path Lorena had chosen. She couldn't turn back now. No matter how infested with thorns or nettles it was, she had to keep on going. That was what her mother would have told her. That was what her mother had told her in the last letter. Just do your best. That's all anyone can ask. Lorena's mother had always been a sensible woman. For that, Lorena was thankful. Silly. The young maid chastised herself under her breath. Why was she getting so sentimental? Now was not the time. Lorena yawned. Tears beaded in her eyes. She hadn't realized just how tired she was. Stupid Pauline. I'll make you pay, you mark my words. I'll put pigeon droppings in your tea. Mumbling darkly to herself, Lorena reached forward to check the bolt on a window when she froze. There was something outside. Something moving. It could have been a fox or a badger, but it walked on two legs as a human did. Lorena couldn't see its face, so she didn't know whether it had eyes, but its hair was long and it wore a lacy nightgown. A ghost? Lieselot's ghost? Could it be? Lorena pressed her hand against her mouth. She had to bite her knuckles to stop herself from gasping. She didn't want to wake anybody, but what was the correct procedure in this fantastical situation? What would Estelle Wood have done? Was there anything written in the practical housekeeping guide about fending off phantoms? Surely there must have been. It seemed inconceivable that there wasn't. The guide, Miss Smith's Pride and Joy, was over 500 pages in size and included, amongst other things, tips on how to humanely dispose of slugs, how to dust a candelabra, and how to lay a table correctly if, horror of horrors, there were no soup spoons available. But Lorena didn't know Estelle Wood's practical housekeeping guide back to front and inside out like Miss Smith did. What was she going to do? Just get haunted, goober. The moon outside shone upon the haunting figure so it glowed. Upon closer inspection, Lorena realized it was a young girl. A young girl with pale hair. Pale skin, too. No more than a child. Now, what business did a child have amongst the rose gardens of Bly in the middle of the night? It had to have been a ghost, a spirit, an apparition. There was no other explanation. At least, that was what the anxious, panic-stricken part of Lorena's mind said. The more cogent, rational part, which sounded a good deal like her mother, had a different opinion. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as ghosts. Such was the mantra Lorena repeated under her breath as she tried to steady her breathing. There's no such thing as ghosts. There's no such thing as ghosts. There's no such thing, and, as though it were a miracle ordained by God upon high. Oh. At that exact moment, the figure in the rose garden saw fit to turn about. The wind caught in its hair, making it stream behind the figure in a ghostly shroud. But this was no ghost. The pale, pinched little face peering through the gloom was one Lorena knew all too well. It was none other than Lady Constance. The brat. And what, pray tell, are you doing outside at this hour? Lady Constance glared at Lorena sourly. She looked remarkably composed for one who had been skulking about in the shadows at the dead of night. She wasn't even shaking. How in the world could that be? It was bitterly cold, and Lorena shivered despite her maid's garments. Maybe Lady Constance wasn't a human girl after all, but a malevolent spirit. That would explain a thing or two. I believe I've already told you, maid. I have no obligation to inform you of my comings and goings. You don't, that is true, but it's so late. Good girls should be tucked up in their beds, not wandering about gone the stroke of midnight. And who said I was a good girl? An excellent point. Nobody thinks I'm a good girl. Mr. Lester hates me. So does Miss Smith. Even the stable boy hates me. You did tell him he should get kicked in the head by a horse. And he should. He deserves it for always calling me a sauce-box behind my back and thinking I can't hear. I do have ears. Still, being kicked by a horse is a little... And he's not the only one. The cook hates me. The maids hate me. Miss Amy hates me too, though she pretends she doesn't. Why is this child just suddenly trauma dumping to me? That annoys me the most of all. Whether everyone hates you or not is immaterial. Come in the house with me, or you'll catch your death of cold. And I imagine you'd be very happy about that, wouldn't you? What I think is neither here nor there. I'm only a maid. Well, at least you don't fawn and simper over me. I suppose that's one thing to be thankful for. With all due respect, it's much too cold to fawn and simper. I feel like my fingers are about to fall off. Maybe I misjudged you. You're not so bad after all, maid. And you're every bit as bad as I've always thought. I know, I'm a bad girl. I already said that. Lady Constance frowned, digging the tip of her shoe into the earth. At least she had the good sense to wear shoes. Padding about barefoot was the fastest way to inflame the lungs. That was a mantra Lorena's mother lived by. Though the Wahs were too poor to always afford food, Lorena's mother always ensured her girls were well shod. But I'm not trying to make your life difficult. Not now, at least. Then why are you out in the garden at such an ungodly time? Was she trying to make a contract with the devil? Lorena wouldn't put it past this changeling child. I heard a noise outside my bedroom window. I went to investigate. A noise? It sounded like a cat. You went outside in this weather to search for a cat. Is there a problem with that? It doesn't seem very sensible. Well, I happen to like cats. I've seen a charming black cat wandering around the grounds lately, but he doesn't let me pet him. He runs away when I get too close. He must have been a smart cat then. Even felines knew Lady Constance was not to be crossed. I was wondering if the cat I could hear was the same one I've seen lately, that's all. Have you looked for him in the night before? 1 or 2 times, yes. Ah, so, that solved that mystery. You know, you gave some of the maids quite a scare. That's nothing new. They were under the impression Bly was being haunted by a ghost. A ghost? Lady Constance snorted. Only uneducated fools set much store by ghosts. People are far more frightening. For once, Lorena was inclined to agree with her. I also think it's ridiculous. But you shouldn't wander off in the middle of the night. It's dangerous. Nonsense. I'm the most dangerous thing out here. It was a fair point. Lorena didn't feel like pressing the subject. She had no business scolding Lady Constance. She was not, after all, her mother. All right, let's go back inside. But the cat! The cat can wait. Lady Constance didn't look particularly happy about this, but she didn't protest. Maybe the cold wind had chilled her more than she was letting on. Okay. Lori, are you all right? Ada sat on the edge of Lorena's bed, her hands clasped together. You were gone such a very long time. I was starting to worry. She was the only maid who had. The others were sound asleep. It's fine. You don't need to worry. But... Lorena held a finger to her lips, bidding Ada to be quiet. Her impassioned dialogue had been enough to make Lysolot stir, shifting in her bed. Andermatt, my beloved home. And then she fell silent once more. The servants' quarters were completely silent save for the low sound of the wind and Pauline's snores. So, after pushing her unfinished work onto Lorena, she'd fallen asleep. What a charlatan! Lorena changed as quietly as she could and took a seat by Ada's side. The bed creaked in protest, but the sound wasn't loud enough to alert the other maids to her presence. You didn't need to stay awake for me, you know. I know, but I was so very worried. Why? You were gone such a long time? I thought, oh, I don't know. I thought perhaps the ghost had found you. Well, perhaps it did in a sense. What? Shh. Lorena held a finger to her lips again, imploring silence. Oh, I'm sorry. Ada ducked her head, her cheeks flushing. That is, I meant to say... What? Lorena had never heard somebody have a mental breakdown quite so quietly before. She hadn't thought such a thing was possible, but Ada was proving her wrong. This night was, indeed, a night of surprises. I found your ghost, Ada, if you could call it that. Upon reflection, I think it might have been even more dangerous than a phantom. No. Ada pressed a hand against her mouth. Her eyes were big and round. It wasn't a demon, was it? Some would label her as such, but I prefer to call her Lady Constance. Huh? Lady Constance? The one and only. But what was Lady Constance doing outside? Searching for her manners, perhaps. Well, I hope she found them. I wouldn't count on it. But the encounter earlier had sparked a fair amount of interest in Lorena's generous breast. Maybe there was more to Lady Constance than met the eye. The 18th of April, Monday. Yeah, they love reminding us of the generousness of her breasts. Alright. We're saving. Chat. It's 12:30. It's so late. Yeah, she literally does have to do everything one-handed. Chat, it's so incredibly late. I'm gonna find somebody to raid, because it is 12:30. Thank you for the follow, Lily. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun chatting. This all being said, we're moving. Alright, kiddos. Who do we got? Who do we got? Oh, you know who I wanna... You know who I wanna raid? I'm gonna send y'all to Mia Fox. Go follow Mia. She's currently playing Resident Evil Village, which that might be a bit of a stretch with the genre hop there from a eerie visual novel to horror game, but you know. Thank you everybody who stopped by. Thank you everyone who stuck around from Fina and Ronan's raids. Appreciate you all. If you like what you're watching, drop a follow. Remember, tomorrow and Friday we'll be streaming Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. We're getting close to the end, so don't miss it. Saturday, we're just hanging out. We're going to be streaming Goody Little Two Shoes with Liddy Barn over on their channel. And if you want to see more Blackberry Honey, make sure you stop by next Wednesday at the same time, 8:30 EST. We'll be continuing right then and there. So, thank you everyone for watching and tuning in. Have a good night. Adios, Rika amigos.